Ladies and gentlemen, the program will start in about 3 minutes. We request that everyone please come into the venue. And if you are in the venue already, please sit closer to the front of the stage. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2024 Presidential Colloquium and Exhibition brought to you by the Progressive Business Forum. It's such an honor to be your host today in this absolutely beautiful morning. My name is Weza Matomane, but today you can call me Weza That Guy. Well, you have to use that voice, yeah. But I'm not here alone. I'm also joined by this absolutely beautiful lady.
Thank you so much, Weza. Good morning to everyone. How are you this morning? Are you awake and ready for the day? That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear the applause. My name is Coretta Mohali. I'm the CEO of Viedeco, which is a sustainability-focused organization. I'm going to hand over to my co-host, to continue, and then we will continue after that.
All right, yes, let us just observe protocol and just make sure that everyone, of course, is indeed acknowledged. We have in our presence here today the Treasurer General of the African National Congress, Dr. Gwen Ramogopa, Chief Executive of the Progressive Business Forum, Me Humera Muketsi Chunara, Directors of the Progressive Business Forum, Ministers of Trade and Industry, Honorable Minister Ibrahim Patel, Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Minister Mamaloko Kubai, Minister of Resource and Energy, Honorable Minister Gwede Mantashe, Statistics SA, Statistician General Mr. Risenga Maluleka, Honorable guests from the Diplomatic Corporation, members of the African National Congress NEC that are present here today, our honored panelists and moderators, government leaders and representatives, of course, from various sectors, the leadership of the leagues present today, the leadership of the Alliance, leadership of other PYAs that are present here today, members of the academic fraternity, mayors and municipal officials that are here present, business members of the Progressive Business Forum, members of the Progressive Citizen Forum, captains of industry, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you all.
Thank you so much, Weza. It's good to have you all here today on this momentous occasion of celebrating South Africa's progress since democracy and the 112th anniversary of the ANC.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking forward to some robust engagements here today. In fact, if you look around you, the venue itself is catering for more than just the engagements that we're going to have today, also for the gala dinner for this evening. And hence why we've got this, really massive setup right here. So please don't mind that. We, of course, are very glad that you all are here and that we are going to be able to have this. But before we begin with the proceedings, just a few house rules for everyone to be familiar with. First of all, this is a smoke-free venue, but there's designated area for smoking on the balcony of the marquee, which of course is also housing the exhibitions. The bathrooms are through the doors on either side, left and right of the building. The exhibition itself is going to be in the marquee, that of course is right outside, and then tea and coffee stations are also in that same marquee as well.
Social media hashtags and handles will be up on the screen. Please remember to like, share, and engage with us on all our platforms using all the hashtags that are given. Hashtag PBF_Colloquium24 and hashtag ANC112. Without further ado, let's extend a warm welcome and invite the CEO of Progressive Business Forum to the stage to outline today's discussion agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Humera Chunara. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. That sounds like there are a lot of comrades in this room this morning, The chairperson of the Progressive Business Forum, Comrade Treasurer General Dr. Gwen Ramogopa, chairperson of ANC, Dr. Gwede Mantashe. In absentia, I think the SG will be with us this afternoon in the course of the morning, as well as the Deputy SG. Minister Naledi Pandor, who is here, Minister Thembi Nkadime, Minister Enoch Godongwana, Minister Sindiso Chikunga, Minister Mundi Ngugubele, Minister Khumbuzo Nchaveni, Minister Lindiwe Zulu, Minister Joe Patla. These are all the ministers that we are expecting to be here this morning. I welcome you, and really from the bottom of my heart, thank you for supporting Progressive Business Forum, for being with us through thick and thin, and heeding to our call every time. I think Minister Patel, you've been with us so many times. I think you are about to go into the PBF payroll. Thank you so much. Our former Premier, David Makura, and a number of premiers, we're also expecting them. Mary Refilio Mtwenis, Zamani, Saul Mtlolisi Dukwana, the Premier of the Free State, and the chairperson of Mpumalanga Province, who has worked very, very closely with us, working closely with the TG to make this happen. And I really, really want to thank him for the leadership that he has shown by working together with our TG. The ambassadors, deputy ministers, members of the ANC, PEC, Women's League, Youth League, veterans, all businesses, and all the academics who are going to be with us this morning, all protocol observed. I would be making a big mistake if I also don't mention the sponsors, the speakers, the panel members who are really making this a success. I feel honored by your presence. It means a lot to us. Before any major event in the country, we always organize or create a platform where our businesses can engage with the ministers, with the leaders in the country, with civil society, all role players, to look at what's happening in our country and to make sure there's a rich debate that influences what will happen. We've had a number of engagements like this before the BRICS. We had 3 gala dinners during the BRICS period and a colloquium. We create this for networking, to create platforms for crucial conversations, to influence policies, find one another, and avoid empty public space. We have think tanks so that we think logically and come to some kind of conclusion that can help the country to move forward. Hence, we bring the intellectuals as well. This is not all. PBF has 3 companies, the Progressive Business Forum, which is a subscriber-based organization, and then we have a Progressive Citizen Forum, which creates platforms for citizens to have engagements. And we have PBF Investments, where we do business, and we are registered as a PTY Ltd. We do business like any other business that is registered in the country. As I said, today we have worked with the province of Mpumalanga and the team, provincial leaders, and many people at operational level. We are able to pull together a very successful golf day yesterday, which was oversubscribed. And we apologize to those who paid and late, and they couldn't get a slot because we just had an overwhelming support. I've studied psychology, and they've taught us that lack of success, problems create stress. But there's an equal amount of stress when you are too successful. So too much success also requires a consistent and logical way of dealing with the success, because it's a stressful situation on its own. The program is quite rigorous, as usual. For those who have attended our gala dinners and our colloquium, this is our 2nd colloquium. Actually, it's a 3rd one. We had one during BRICS, we had one in Cape Town, and this is the 3rd one. We'll have ministers. We have 5 areas that we're going to discuss. Please look forward to that. I will not go into the nitty-gritties of that. But in each panel, we'll have a minister who will open and address us, and then we'll have panel members who are comprised of experts in the field and people who represent business and citizens, so that we have a rich discussion. This evening, we'll have a gala dinner where the president will come and address us. For the first time, we have an exhibition outside. And because we'll be celebrating 30 years of democracy, we have just tried to deal with sometimes what we call amnesia, collective amnesia, where we forget where we're coming from. It's very easy to forget where we were 30 years ago. So when you go through the exhibition, it will just remind us of who we are, where we're coming from, because that understanding helps us to move forward. Otherwise, we just see problems, small problems, and then miss the bigger scheme of things. So it's important that we familiarize ourselves with our history, which is aptly captured in our exhibition this morning. Of course, we have given some of our small businesses also and big businesses an opportunity, and we're hoping that next year we'll have many, many businesses coming to showcase their businesses. In December, we had 19 businesses joining us to Beijing, and I think we did very well. Some of them are here, and it was actually something that we didn't expect such a success. So amongst us, we have even our potential partners that we'll be working with in Beijing, in China, to export. But we're going to have many other programs that will help us to develop our small businesses, medium businesses to be AGOA ready, to be export ready. For that reason, and for your leadership, Comrade Dr. Ramkhopa, we thank you very much. You are hands-on, and you've steered us in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to appreciate the leadership, to appreciate where we have come, especially since December, where we had so many problems. We were like, we don't have much direction. I think we have done very well up to this point, and to thank yourselves for the support, for working with us to put our country on the map. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Tebe Chunara, for that insightful opening and guiding us and enlightening us on how to engage with PBF. To shed more light on how the country has recovered post-COVID, please join me in welcoming Mr. Risenga Maluleka, the Statistician General of South Africa and Head of Statistics South Africa. Please put your hands together for Mr. Maluleka.
Program Director, and indeed I'm seated next to the chairperson of the ANC and the TG of the ANC, as well as other NEC members and some ministers. Let me mention that we should always be very careful who we clap hands for before they speak, because some of us are not very good public speakers. But the second issue is that I'm seated next to a friend there by the table whose name I'll withhold for now, who said, I will not shake your hand until I know which numbers you are bringing. So I'm bringing numbers. Let's start off by saying that the population of South Africa that we are talking about is 62 million. So I'm going to put a lot of numbers, but I'm going to make them simple so that those who didn't love mathematics can also survive. With a population of 62 million as of the 2nd of February 2022, the most populous province is Gauteng, which is sitting at 15.1 million. It is followed by KwaZulu-Natal at 12.4 million people, 7.4 million in the Western Cape, 7.2 million in the Eastern Cape, all the way to the Northern Cape sitting at 1.4 million. Now, it's quite interesting because if I were to set up a political party, and I see that political parties emerge every day, I would have to look at where the population is. About 17 municipalities are where 50% of our population is, starting from the city of Johannesburg, followed by the city of Cape Town, followed by the city of eThekwini, Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and the like. So, and they are scattered all over the country. So our population is actually moving from rural areas to urban centers. And why is our population moving from rural areas to urban centers? It's because the poor always follow the rich. Now I want to talk about the economy. And I want to bring you to just the last numbers that we brought as Stats SA, which is Q2 of 2023, because we still have to bring the other quarters going forward in the form of Q3, Q4, and indeed Q4 is the last quarter of the year. One of the things that we said is that our economy in Q2 of 2023 grew at 0.5% as revised. What happens is that we in Stats SA always look at more data and revise the numbers if needs be. So we had started by saying it grew at 0.6%, but once we got more data, we revised it to 0.5%. And of course, then we come to the third quarter, and we said the economy grew at 0.1%. Now, I want us to look at the way our economy is growing. If our economy grows at 0.1%, there is still 0.2%, 0.3%, up to 1%, all the way until we reach 2% and the like. So when we're at 0.1%, we are very close to a zero. And it's very possible that at any given moment, if you are hovering around a zero, you could actually easily go to a zero or even go below and go into a negative. So this is one thing that as a country we need to watch the most. Now, I'm supposed to touch issues of post-COVID recovery. Let us remember where we were in the first quarter of 2020. That is before the highest level of COVID lockdown. That quarter, we were sitting at 1.15 trillion. That is, every quarter, we were sitting at about those levels, meaning that our economy every month is churning about 300 billion. And of course, there are people here from business, they are wondering which billion is theirs. The statistician general, unfortunately, cannot have a billion, only counts numbers. Now, when we were hit by COVID at the highest level of lockdown, second quarter of 2020, we dropped to below $1 trillion in a quarter. We're sitting at 960 billion. But after that, our economy has been recovering. It may not be growing a lot more faster as we expect, because I've already spoken about the growth hovering about 0.5, 0.1 and the like. But it has been recovering because it has started moving up from that 960 billion and went back to $1 trillion per quarter. And as of the third quarter, 2023, we were sitting at 1.161 trillion. So we have actually gone back to pre-COVID levels. But the structure of our economy is that finance is the biggest industry. It accounts for about 23%. So when we look at finance, 23% at any given moment. Prior to 1994, finance was followed by manufacturing. But manufacturing has actually dropped. It's sitting at a third. Actually, it has stayed at position 4 for a very long time. So one of the things that we have to do in terms of lifting up our economy and make it grow a lot more quicker, there are so many things that we want to do and we may need to do, is to actually reignite manufacturing. Because if it was sitting as a number one lead industry in 1994, and for more than a decade, it has sat at about position number 4, and only in the last quarter, it has come to position number 3. It's so easy for it to fall back to position number 4. But if we reignite it and put a lot more focus on that, of course, I'm a statistician general. I don't have to say what needs to be done, because if I say what needs to be done, it means that when things do not fit what I have advised, I will shy away from making public the numbers. And once I shy away from making public the numbers, I will have lost my independence. And it doesn't matter who my friends are, who I sit with at what table, including sometimes when I'm seated by the high table. I always have to maintain the independence of the numbers. Now, I want us to go back a bit to when we were hit by the global economic meltdown. That was in 2008. Our economy remained resilient for that year, because for those of us who grew up in villages, we know that when it rains in the mountains, it takes longer for the valleys to get water. We were only affected in 2009 when our economy went into the negative. But after that, it recovered. All the time from 2010, 2011, it was doing very well. But let me say that the highest we have registered in economic growth before COVID was 2011. And after that, we have never seen any highest growth up until COVID found us. And when COVID knocked us, we went into the negative 6%. That was the year 2020. And in the year 2021, because we were starting from a low base, we went to grow by 4.7%. That should not mislead us, because we were starting from a low base. So we were recovering. As I've already spoken about the financial side, that we were recovering. Even on the growth side, we were recovering. But having said so, reality started coming in when we looked at the year 2022, where our growth was 1%, which is actually sitting like any other year beyond 2011. So there is a need to actually ensure that our economy grows much stronger, higher than the 1%, 2% that we see. I want to talk a bit about the provinces. Of course, Gauteng still occupies a larger space. It accounts for 33% of our nominal GDP. It is followed by KwaZulu-Natal at 16%, followed by the Western Cape at 14%. And of course, if we look at the way populations are moving, I started talking about populations that we have the largest population in the city of Joburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane. Although Tshwane and Ekurhuleni are not actually higher than city of Cape Town and eThekwini, but the city of Joburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane make sure that we see people following the reach. So Gauteng has a smaller landmass, but people are moving into Gauteng a lot more quicker than we expect. And of course, KwaZulu-Natal being the second populous province, eThekwini is there. And that is where our second strongest economy nominally is, followed by the Western Cape, followed by Mpumalanga, Limpopo, the Eastern Cape, and of course, the Northern Cape has the smallest population. It also has the smallest share in terms of nominal GDP. Having said that, then we look at population, the weight of the population on the economy, which then talks to per capita GDP. Gauteng still leads, followed by the Western Cape, followed by the Free State, and of course, at the bottom are Limpopo and the Eastern Cape. And we should remember that Limpopo and the Eastern Cape do have larger populations following on Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape. So when economically their per capita GDP are lowest, it means that they are carrying a larger population vis-a-vis the economic weight that they have. And these are things that we need to look at. So let us come now and talk about what have we seen this economy, even when it's growing not so much or growing relatively small. What is it? And I'm statistician general. I should not be using words like growing big or growing small. Because when you are statistician general, every number, whether it's small or big, you must make it public. But I think talking to a progressive business here, it's critical that I use these words because the economy cannot be grown by government alone. Progressive business has to make sure that there's sufficient injection in terms of growing the economy. One of the things we have seen, even with our economy growing at 0.1%, 0.5% per quarter, and 0.1% annually, as we have seen in 2022, is that we have been recovering jobs. On the job side, we have been recovering. When we were, just before COVID, we had 16.4 million people employed nationally. We lost 2 million jobs, 2.3 million jobs, 2.2 million jobs to be exact, right when we were hit by COVID. We went down to about 14.1 million. 14.1 million people employed in the second quarter of 2020. After that, we have been recovering, but we were not recovering much until the last 8 quarters. When we say the last 8 quarters, we are talking about the last 2 years. We have been recovering a lot of jobs in the last 2 years. The highest was in quarter 2 of 2022, where we recovered more than 500,000 jobs, 648 million jobs to be exact. In the last quarter, quarter 3, we recovered 399,000 jobs, almost 400,000 jobs, closer to 500,000. So for 2 years, we have been recovering on the job side. So what it means is that if our economy post-COVID was growing a lot more faster and was a lot more stronger, we would be gaining a lot more jobs than we are gaining. Program Director, I'm about to conclude. I need to say that as we are growing, as the number of the people that are employed are growing, so are the numbers of those that are unemployed. But we are seeing unemployment starting to drop, which we have never seen since about the year 2008. What we have been seeing since 2008, unemployment has been rising from about 25%, 26%, all the way to about 32%. So as we are talking now, it is starting to decline, and it is sitting right at about 31.9%. I didn't cause that. I never cause things to fall. I only present numbers. If something is falling, it is afraid of the numbers that I'm presenting. So what we have seen in quarter 2 and quarter 3 of 2023 is that, and from around 2020, we are starting to see that unemployment rate, while unemployment is increasing, the rate of unemployment is decreasing. It's because we are creating more jobs compared to the number of jobs that are there for the unemployed. So what we are saying is employment is rising, unemployment is rising, but unemployment is not rising as fast. And if it's not rising as fast, the rate then starts to decrease. But we are decreasing by 0.6%, 0.9% on unemployment. It's not something to clap hands for. As I said, don't clap hands for me before I speak, because we are actually too close to something that can trip and go down. So the key messages I'm bringing before I sit down is that, one, our economy is recovering post-COVID. It's not growing fast enough, but it's recovering. Employment, we are actually recovering on the number of jobs that we had lost during COVID. And as we recover, unemployment is also, the number of the unemployed is also rising. But one thing that our recovery in employment is doing is bringing the unemployment rate down. The third point I'm bringing is that our growth, in terms of economic growth, is hovering around a zero. So we need to inject something to make sure that we jump-start it to grow at higher levels. And as our economy grows hovering around a zero, our unemployment rate still is showing a decline, but that decline is not the one we can celebrate yet. We need to go and work more harder. And as we work hard, I promise you, I'm going to measure, and I'll come back and tell you another story another day. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maduleke. That was very, very insightful. And as you saw, ladies and gentlemen, unemployment just dropped, eh? Just thank you so much again for that. You know, if we just highlight again some of the key messages that Mr. Maduleke spoke about, you know, the economy is recovering, and that economic growth, and especially, of course, the growth in employment is really testament to that particular fact. That 1.161 trillion in the recent quarter, those are encouraging numbers, and I think we're really starting to go in the right direction. Of course, we also are really grateful for all the other insights that you gave us in terms of really the fact that we need to look at manufacturing as one of the key areas that we can actually reignite, taking it from that fourth to third, and maybe even eventually to that first place position again. So manufacturing, of course, being a key area where jobs can also be created as well. So thank you very much for that. Let's give them a big round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. So just to highlight again, in terms of social media, our hashtags for today is hashtag PBF underscore Colloquium 2024 and hashtag ANC 112. That is hashtag ANC 112. And I'm sure that will be up on the screen as well. Now, last year, South Africa hosted the BRICS and the AGOA summits, which of course we even had a colloquium for as well as the PBF. But now, what happens after that? You know, what are some of the things to look out for and the opportunities that we can actually action as South Africans? That is, in fact, what we're going to be listening to next. So please welcome Minister Ibrahim Patel, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, and he's here this morning to briefly talk to South Africa beyond the BRICS and AGOA summits. Sir, you have the floor.
Well, I'd like to start first with greetings. Greetings to the Treasurer General of the ANC and our host today, Comrade Gwen Ramakgopa, to the Chairperson of the ANC, Gwede Mantashe, to my dear colleagues, Naledi Pandor, Mamloko Kubai, and Angie Motshekga, to the CEO of the PBF and the head of the Veterans League, to business representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to share some reflections on the topic I've been given, South Africa beyond BRICS and the AGOA summits. This PBF conference today takes place in the context of a challenging period. And the progress we are making, some referred to by the Statistician General, is in spite of an extraordinary set of shocks, disruptions, and headwinds domestically and globally over the past 4 years. I'm referring here to the largest pandemic in 100 years, to wars, to floods, to civil unrest, and to energy challenges. We cannot always choose context, but we can choose how we respond. The topic I've been asked to speak to today is framed in relation to two economic relations, global economic relations. We are living through a period of a new geopolitics, a more volatile, fractious, and crisis-prone world, with heightened competition for leadership of the technologies and the geopolitical influence in the next part of the 21st century. And it's in this context, then, that I want to refer to three important international meetings that South Africa hosted last year to illustrate important economic relationships and how South Africa is redefining our role in the world. They are the African Continental Free Trade Business Summit we hosted in April, the BRICS Summit in August, and the AGOA Forum in November. I make the point, colleagues, friends, that our economy is shaped very significantly by international trade and investment. What happens in the world economy and its geopolitics matters greatly to South African workers and business people. Exports, what we sell to the world, is valued at about 1/3 of our GDP. And South Africa draws on the savings pool and the technology elsewhere through foreign direct investment. And so these three summits and conferences illustrates aspects of our global relationships. BRICS represent our trade and investment relationship with countries in the global south, including China, our biggest export market, and the world's biggest market by population. Exports to the 9 BRICS countries have been significant, amounting to about 850 billion rand. And using trade partner data, our exports to China alone was R500 billion, 500 billion rand. During the BRICS summit, we facilitated efforts to expand BRICS with the inclusion now of Egypt, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Iran, and Minister Naledi Pandor led our efforts in that regard. A major business forum and a manufacturers forum brought together firms and investors. And the BRICS Business Council is an important forum to drive the follow-ups. The PBF, Comrade Gwen, has been an active facilitator of new investment and economic partnerships. Since the BRICS Summit, we've seen examples of what can be done on greater scale. Saudi Arabia opened its red meat market to South African products with halal certification and is close to finishing a large solar power plant here in South Africa that will provide energy to our grid. Just 12 days ago, China opened its market to South African rooibos tea, slashing the import tariffs sharply. They were ranging from 15 to 30%. China brought it down to 6%, giving our tea producers an edge in the world's largest tea drinking market. And this is in addition to the resumption of red meat market and the opening of China's avocado market to South Africa. This year, we expect the opening of a large new Chinese car assembly plant in Kucha, in the SEZ, in the Eastern Cape. And I point to these because they show the opportunities to grow the BRICS economic relationship and to increase the level of industrial exports. AGOA, which is the other forum or conference we hosted, represents our preferential access to the world's largest consumer market, namely the United States. Total exports to the US amounts to about 250 billion rand. That's a $250 billion based on US customs data. And over the course of those few days in the AGOA summit, we were able to engage with policymakers from more than 30 sub-Saharan African countries and the United States, and to showcase the industrial strengths and capabilities of South Africa and the rest of the continent. We hosted during that conference the largest industrial exhibition that has yet been held on the African continent, drawing in more than 500 firms across sub-Saharan Africa under the theme Made in Africa. From large automakers to small businesses in food production, from advanced drones that are used for agriculture and for military applications, to local films and fashion. AGOA provides sub-Saharan countries with special access to the US market, and it's due to expire in September 2025. That's in just less than 2 years from now. What we achieve with the AGOA Forum is to consolidate a broad consensus with American policymakers on the value of AGOA, not just for Africa, but even for the United States. We pointed to how the US benefits from this economic relationship with the continent. And we reached broad agreement on the need to extend it for another 10 years, subject now to approval by the US Congress. And we identified an opportunity to enhance AGOA, to bring out more business opportunities for small businesses, for African-owned businesses, and for firms led by women and youth. Above all, we pointed to the need to increase the level of manufactured exports to the United States as part of our reindustrialization strategy. We hosted, and there's not time to go into the detail, a ministerial level session with the European Union in January last year, and trade with the EU and the UK remains significant at about 700 billion rand. So let me conclude this review of our international summits with the African one, because it is the most significant of our economic relationships. Africa represents the greatest opportunity to shift the pattern of growth away from raw materials to greater industrial value add. And indeed, we sell a growing share of our manufactured goods to other African countries. Total exports to the rest of Africa is almost R500 billion, 3/4 of which are manufactured products. And so if you look at the numbers, Africa represents a challenge and an opportunity. 17% of the world's population are African, but we only generate 3% of global wealth. And if we take a proxy for industrialization like cars or steel, we only produce 1% of global output. That's an opportunity. If we change that around, and there's a number of reasons to believe that we can do so. In a world of slowing overall population growth, Africa's population is rising fast. Half of global population growth between now and 2050 will be on the African continent. We're going to overtake China and India by total population. And there's a vast shift of people to cities, young people. Combine that with abundant mineral resources, and you have here the opportunity of a generation to change Africa's storyline. And so South Africa is doing it in two ways. We're doing it by fostering greater trade among African countries through the African Continental Free Trade Area. And we've placed on our agenda the greater beneficiation of African minerals here on the African continent. We use the meeting with business people in April to work out a plan on how to do this, and we will shortly, the President will be launching the start of trade under the African Continental Free Trade Area. So how does all of this practically manifest itself? To give a few examples, in the auto industry, we released the new electric vehicle white paper in December, consolidating South Africa's position as the auto hub of the continent, but also drawing opportunities for other African countries to be part of that value chain. We released a green hydrogen commercialization strategy, building in a partnership with Namibia and Angola. We signed agreements last year to produce key vaccines and therapeutics for the first time on the continent, like human insulin and the meningococcal meningitis vaccines, building on Africa's call that more needs to be produced here locally. The President's Investment Conference saw 1.5 trillion rand in investments pledged over a 5-year period, increasingly building on regional value chains. And we've seen this being implemented with new factories built, new mine shafts sunk, new undersea cables laid, new renewable energy plants constructed, and new cars produced in South Africa. But of course, we need to do much more now to deal with that challenge that the Statistician General pointed, a rising population and a rising number of young people entering our labor markets. As I conclude, I note that a major competition reform project is now being used to open up what has been very concentrated markets, where a few dominant firms have been able to account for 2/3 of output in major sectors of the economy. And this is accompanied by stepped up investment and support to black industrialists and greater worker ownership in our economy. And black-owned businesses, and we'll be releasing this data in February, are now generating a very significant turnover and employing large numbers of South Africans. Over the last few years, South Africa began to generate a surplus in trade with the European Union for the first time since 2008 and the global economic crisis. And in 2022, we crossed as a country the 2 trillion export mark for the first time, covering agriculture, manufactured products, and minerals. And so I end by saying that what this points to is how South Africa is now responding to the shocks that the economy faced, these external challenges both globally and in South Africa, that it's seeking to reshape its goals and its role globally, and we're laying the foundation for deeper and more inclusive growth. And over the course of the next number of hours, I'm sure a number of the panels will be enhancing this. So thank you very much for this opportunity to introduce this part of the discussion.
Round of applause to the Minister, Minister Patel. Thank you so much. These were very, very important insights, I must say. And what I'd like to mention, though, is it's quite important, as exciting as it is for South Africa to host these forums and summits, it is very important to follow up, to drive follow-up and ensure that these summits have got action plans that really benefit the men on the ground. It's really, really important. On that note, Progressive Business Forum continues to curate various platforms to enable direct engagement between government ministers and industry leaders. Critical to ensuring the success of these engagements are our valued members and sponsors who continually show up for the forum and our country. At this moment, I'd like all of us to welcome Mr. Nashon Totaram. I hope I spelled it right, I pronounced it right. Nashon Totaram, the head of Operations Medical Society, to deliver his message of support. Let's put our hands together, please.
My fellow South Africans, good morning to you with all protocols observed. I'm genuinely honored to be here to introduce to you the Medical Society, being the largest telemedicine facility in Africa. We've been pioneering the way forward for accessible and cost-effective primary healthcare services. While medical technology is reaching different levels, and sadly, this is being restricted to the rich only. We are talking about the digital platform of remote services that can be offered from robotic surgery, stem cell therapy, and many other alternatives, but is mostly unaffordable to many. Private aid medical schemes and people belonging to them currently is a mere 14% of our entire population, leaving almost 54 million people reliant on an overloaded state facilities. While we are privileged to have passionate and determined and competent MECs that our country has to offer, they face massive challenges, amongst others, staff shortages and financial resources. Doctors and nurses are working around the clock with all their efforts, but sometimes these circumstances are overwhelming them, and the challenges that they face using outdated equipment and or broken equipment. Now, while we face these challenges, one of the biggest and crucial parts of it is the financial resources that is required to get these initiatives moving forward. And the way we need to move forward in terms of being innovative is to lessen this gap by locally manufactured medicines and telemedicine. The Medical Society has been blessed with strong and capable pharmaceutical professionals, including manufacturing capabilities. The only barriers that we face is that for entry of our Black professionals into this huge and challenging market. Hopefully, initiatives like today might open the doors to conversations, innovation, and to try to deliver a higher standard at a significantly reduced rate in healthcare. The place to start is preventative healthcare. We could significantly reduce the overload at our clinics and hospitals. COVID-19 has taught us many lessons, some good and some bad. But the biggest thing it has taught us is that the digital platform can reach anyone at any place. It was promoted, patients were treated on a digital platform and or remotely, and it opened our eyes to a new way of telemedicine. Imagine, to give you an example, you have an individual sitting in a rural community. The individual has to think about taxi fare to travel to a clinic and back, endure long queues, Sometimes people leave home at 5 a.m. in the morning and only reach home at 7 p.m. at night. And in most cases, these individuals go like, you know what, I'd rather just stay with this condition and let my condition worsen, because I cannot endure that. But a simple thing like diarrhea can be treated with over-the-counter medication. The patient will have access to a healthcare professional over the phone, obtain their medicines either being delivered to them or at their local pharmacy. And by taking these medicines, the symptoms can clear out in a matter of hours. But if left unattended, it could rapidly worsen and even may cause death. Now that you can consult with a healthcare professional over the phone and have medication dispatched to you, this will be a massive reduction in terms of resources for both the patient and the state. In addition, the management of the patient is documented, and we have reference to make to all the patient files and for future references if services has to be stepped up. Now I can go on for hours talking about the benefits and how we do things and taking you step by step through things. But the most important thing is I'd like to share some opportunities with you later on, and we are definitely open up to the possibilities of questions, answers, and the logistics around it. So for now, I would like to say, let's just put our heads together to work on solutions that can improve the quality and the efficiency of healthcare to all of us that live in our beautiful country. I thank you. Alita continua.
Thank you so much. I didn't hear the round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Totaram. Are you still fine? Are you still all right? Can we continue? I'd like to hear yes, please. Can we? Okay, no, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Our sponsors play a very key role. Obviously, I mean, as an organization, we also need to sustain, right? So it's pretty important that, sponsors become also part of the organization. We thank you very much. We now move on to the remarks from the Human Settlements and Economic Sustainability Minister. I'd like us to put our hands together in welcoming Minister Mamoloko Gobai.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge the presence of the National Chairperson of the ANC, who's also the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Comrade Gwede Mandashe, the Treasurer General of the ANC, who's our host, Dr. Gwen Ramogopa, Minister of International Relations and Corporations, Dr. Pando, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Patel, Minister of Basic Education, Minister Mutsecha, Premier of the Eastern Cape, Premier Mabuyani, Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry and Competition, Deputy Minister Majola. Those are the ones that I've seen. If I've missed any of our ministers, to apologize, but I think I've been able to acknowledge them. Heads of institutions, members of the NEC, of the ANC, panelists, CEO of PBF, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I am Minister of Human Settlements, but also the chairperson of ETC. I think they've just clustered it together. So the portfolio is Human Settlements in Government. Ladies and gentlemen, how we design, plan, and build human settlements can both be a uniting and a divisive force. Handing a house to a beneficiary brings a family together in safe and comfort to raise children and live with dignity. However, our experience is that of apartheid, which included apartheid special development that divided families through hostels and other single quarter dwellings and separated the majority black population from economic opportunities. It is within this context that the human settlement sector, driven by the democratic state, has to ensure that it provides shelter to all its citizens as per the Freedom Charter, and also ensure that these settlements are integrated into zones that are closer to the centers of economic activities. Studies have shown that working class South Africans spend more than 60% of their income on transport, which is unsustainable, especially with rising costs of living. Our government has done a great job in the provision of housing for the poor and the vulnerable. According to the census report, as the Statistician General has shared of some of the outcomes in terms of growth in employment, but what has been good for this sector is the report that was released by Statistics South Africa last year of Census 2022. It showed that 88.5% of households live in formal dwellings in 2022, compared with 77.6% in 2011. And that of 7.9% of households live in informal dwellings, compared with the 13.6% in 2011, which means that our rate of informal settlement upgrading has been faster than the formation of new informal settlements. This is a clear illustration, ladies and gentlemen, that our government has been responsive to the plight of our communities and citizens. The question is, how much progress have we made in ensuring that people get shelter closer to economic activities? Admittedly, there has been challenges in this regard, to which we are now paying closer attention. Not only do we have to make efforts to disrupt the apartheid special configuration, we also have to fine-tune our programs to more effectively respond to an evolving nature of the housing demand. Demand has become more segmented as society matures and economic circumstances have shifted at a household level. Over the past 28 years, there's been dramatic growth of the gap market. People with income levels between 3,500 and 30,000. The below 3,500 are accommodated with our BNG system, or beneficiary, they fall within that beneficiaries. And then between 3,500 and 22,000 are supported by our first home financing as government in terms of subsidy. And what we see in terms of the gap is that between 22,000 and 27,000 household income, no one is catering for them, either in private sector or in public sector. So these people, when they look to purchase or to own a property, there isn't a product for them in this country. Now the banks have decided that they will be increasing in terms of starting where the households' incomes in terms of the gap market to 29,000. So those will also fall. So meaning an increasing amount of households will be with no opportunities. I raise this because for majority of this market, there's not been sufficient supply of adequate housing. Driven by the need to live closer to workplaces and economic activities and opportunities, they are driven into informality and slums. These are the people you will find that they are renting in dilapidated buildings. They are staying in informal settlements. Some of them end up even renting shacks. So sometimes the notion that those who live in informal settlements are people that qualify for BNG or what we call RDP is not correct. Majority of them are people who have income. It's just that the system currently does not provide for any solution. These are the missing middles that we talk about. And this, when we look at it in detail, we see that this continued growth of informal settlement and explosion of slums, especially in inner cities, but what we call intermediary cities or secondary cities, for example, where we are in Bombela, it falls within intermediary cities where we see urban growth, migration of population, but more opportunities, especially for business in terms of what we can be able to create together as a stock for gap market. Working people who find themselves in informal settlements and some who can afford to pay rent or buy affordable housing require solutions and suitable solutions for them. In response, what we have done as human settlements, we've devised a number of programs to respond to this gap market, and I must say upfront, with the limited resources, it is still a huge opportunity for partnership between ourselves and private sector and those who are within the financing environment so that we can be able to respond to this area. We are continuously working on informal settlement upgrading, where we're working in terms of ensuring that the informal settlements can be upgraded in situ so that we are able to provide basic services such as water, sanitation, electricity, this in terms of bulk and also reticulation. But also one of the programs that we're now going to intensify is the inner city renewal, where we're working in terms of ensuring that we identify buildings that belong firstly to the state, and then out of those, then convert those buildings into residential areas. We've started with piloting 2 in Gqeberha. 2 of them, which were dilapidated buildings, we've converted into a residential area supporting a social housing institution that is run by a woman, black woman, whose then now is sustainable, safe, but also is able to create that opportunity to rejuvenate our cities. This is a model that we want to roll out of across our 8 metros. And one of the things that we want to do with this is to be able to ensure that especially the younger generations who are going into entry-level jobs, they will be able to find suitable accommodation, both in terms of rental, but also in terms of ownership through the first home financing scheme that we run. One of the issues that we are looking at as well is that when you look at informal settlements, they are actually closer to economic activities such as your mines, factories, and farms. With the upgrading of informal settlement program, which has its own special grant, we upgrade informal settlements to become livable and sustainable. But part of the conversations that we have currently and are actually starting to work closer to various private sector, we have received a request, for example, from the Kruger National Park, where the tourism industry in this area has requested to partner with us in building social housing for their workers that are working in the Kruger National Parks. We are having conversations as well with the mining communities to be able to build houses closer to where people are working. So this is part of transforming where we build for people, but also ensuring that the partnership can be expanded. We do accept that government alone cannot do everything, does not have the fiscal environment to be able to implement all the requirement in terms of human settlement. And that's why the partnership through PPP between ourselves and private sector remains critical. And one of the platforms that we drive in this is through our National Housing Finance Corporation, which is we working towards building this into a housing development bank of South Africa. And this will assist us to create more expansion in terms of partnership. I must say, as Minister Patel was talking here and talking about manufacturing capabilities and opportunities, within our sector, there remains quite a lot of opportunities of manufacturing, and would want to see quite a number of manufacturing companies coming up in terms of closer where we are building. Let me make an example. Last year, December, as we were dealing with the disasters, we had quite a large number of houses that we needed to, or families that we needed to provide temporary accommodation to in the Free State. When we looked in terms of the number of demand that we had and what we could, we have 2 manufacturing companies in the country, one in KZN and one in Gauteng. Each could produce 25, maximum 25 of temporary units per day, and none of them could supply us. So we were left, sometimes we were left to put people in halls, not because it's what we want to do, but there isn't enough supply of material or what we are requiring to support our industry. So I'm flagging this so that when Minister Patel talks about the financing opportunities for entrepreneurs to go into the manufacturing space and support us as well, because this is what is important. If you look at material supply for human settlements in the country, it's one of the difficulties sometimes in terms of availability. And that's why sometimes the prices go higher, because it's fewer manufacturing suppliers that exist, and therefore they set the price. We are having conversation, we've committed for this quarter that we will convene all manufacturing suppliers in the country for us, so that we do not continue to pay a lot of money as we are doing currently, because majority of our money goes into material rather than the number of units we are able to produce. So contractors have raised and developers have raised it as a concern, Minister Patel, that we need to pay attention to this area so that we can support them. Ladies and gentlemen, you would have seen that one of the issues that we focus on is around what are raised as social housing or affordable housing in terms of near areas. Our Social Housing Regulatory Authority, SHRA, currently has been working in terms of ensuring that we can create a lot of units. Currently, we're looking at total 11,283 units of the value of 3.8 billion that is considered in terms of our inner cities. And I say this, I'm flagging the number of units versus the demands. Just to make another example, in December, I handed over a social housing project in Cape Town, Goodwood Social Housing. When we did this, I asked the developer there, the Social Housing Institution, how many people applied and how many were we able to accommodate? We found that the application was 7,000. We could only accommodate 120 at that time. This is the demand that exists, and out of those 7,000, 90% of them actually qualified, meaning that there is a demand for stock, availability, but also in terms of opportunities. And I'm raising this because majority of the people, when they look at our sector, they see it as a sector that must continue to build only PNG. From where I'm sitting, the RDPs and PNGs are not a growth point for us. A growth point for us is our social housing, but also in terms of responding to the gap market. And the reason we are also flagging this is because within this category, it also closes the gap in terms of economic opportunities that exist. So there's quite a lot of work that we are doing. We've also started as well as a portfolio to interact with quite a number of institutions, including the Development Bank of South Africa, so that we can find opportunities for us to be able to expand in terms of the work. One of the areas that we've seen as part of supporting economic growth and development in the country through infrastructure development as a portfolio was to say over years we've been doing bits of here and there, but we are driving towards mega projects, we're driving towards major programs and more impact. That's why next week the President will be launching a billion project, housing human settlement project in the Northern Cape. Over years, Northern Cape has been one of the provinces that have not been able to grow and has not been able to respond to the number of units that are in demand. This we do consciously because we're trying to ensure that as we build human settlements, there is no inequality between provinces where you find rural or previously disadvantaged communities in terms of provinces remain at the back foot because of funding opportunities. So the front-loading mechanism that has been made available by National Treasury and also supported by Development Bank of South Africa gives us an opportunity to be able to make an impact. When we finish that, we'll start with the Eastern Cape. Conversations are quite in far advance for us to be able to make the impact and respond to the rural housing demand, but also, as we do that, the opportunity for us that we see is to be able to create some industries and economic activities so that we do not have material moving from KwaZulu-Natal into the Eastern Cape or material moving from Gauteng into the Eastern Cape, but create activities and opportunities within the Eastern Cape so that we create those demands as a sector. We do have an opportunity to create that demand with our budget and in terms of our buying power. As part of, as I conclude, as part of reversing the gains, reversing the apartheid special planning, we have identified priority human settlements and housing development areas. These are areas which brings integration, where we are also building and ensuring that within those building areas, we build houses, but we also we make sure that the opportunities in terms of economic activities, manufacturing, and other opportunities are brought. This also speaks to the work that DTIC is doing in terms of their SCZ. If you look at in terms of the Vaal City development, you'll see that it's an industrial area that is been growing, but which is supported mainly by also your human settlement projects. This is what we see as development of the future. This is what we see as human settlements of the future, ensuring that we do not put people far away from where they are supposed to be working. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to increasing our opportunities, but we think that for us as well, in terms of work that we are doing, policy review remains critical. We're currently in the consultation process of our 8-paper policy closing at the end of January, where we are changing the landscape of human settlements in the country and ensuring that we have a human settlements of the future. One of the areas is alternative building technologies. As we respond to the challenges of climate change in the world and what we have seen with the disasters that are happening every time, we do believe that the current method of building is not helpful and therefore is not sustainable. We need quicker ways of building, but easy ways of building, but as well, the structures and what we build should be in such a manner that when they collapse, they do not leave fatalities. That's why alternative building technologies becomes what we think about in terms of the future, but a growth point for those who are interested in our work. I want to apologize. When I did acknowledgement, I did not acknowledge my MEC, who's the deputy chairperson in the province, but the MEC of Human Settlement in Mpumalanga, MEC Mashilo. Speedy Mashilo, we work very closely. So ladies and gentlemen, as portfolio, we remain available for engagement and quite an area that we are willing and open for partnerships, but also we do believe that quite a lot of opportunities, but quite a lot of ideas that we are looking for as we build and we build for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Minister Kubai for that fantastic discussion right there. And I think actually the other really great thing that I'm quite particularly excited about is when she really talked about the inner city renewal and the opportunities that will indeed bring. Of course, that means you're taking those dilapidated buildings and you're actually creating opportunities again for entrepreneurship, for employment, and also the tourism sector. Also, of course, an area that can actually benefit thanks to that. But one thing that also stood out for me was, again, the mention of manufacturing being something that is critical and an area that we really need to look at investing in. When she talked about the social housing and of course the big demand that still exists within social housing itself, and of course the opportunities that means that also of course come about because of that demand for entrepreneurship, but that also of course means that we really need to look at financing. So Minister Patel also again thinking about that, financing entrepreneurs for that particular manufacturing sector as well. So thank you very much. Let's give her a big round of applause one more time. Now to introduce the keynote speaker, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Deputy Chairperson of the ANC in Mpumalanga, and that is Mr. Speedy Mashego.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and a very good morning to the National Chairperson of the ANC, Comrade Gwede Mantashe, the Treasurer General, Dr. Gwen Ramakgopa, our NEC members, and our ministers in their own right, the Chairperson of the Eastern Cape, I'm told is here, Comrade Oscar Mabuyane, our progressive business people and patriotic business people, of South Africa and that of the province. Sanbonan. Well, thank you very much. My duty in the absence of the chair is to fill those shoes. And definitely I was asked to do so. We are all over to make sure that the stadium tomorrow is full. But we must indeed appreciate that the people of South Africa are here, and including the progressive business people who are indeed supporting us. As a province, we are 5.2 million, and I'm happy the statistician general is here, he can confirm that we are 5.2 million. We are doing our best in terms of the infrastructure, because that's what is very fundamental. And one of the key areas that we're to focus was to focus on the replacement of all the asbestos pipe so that we can have water to the houses, to the development that are due to be done in the province. Roads is one of the key issues. We took a deliberate decision that we must do so. I'm the MEC for Human Settlement. As the cabinet of the province and the ANC, we said as we build all the low-cost houses, we must put a solar to those houses. That helps us. And therefore, you need people to begin to look at that opportunity and see how best they can help us. I've seen on the exhibition, some came from Free State that are in the electrical. We are quite encouraged. I had an opportunity to work with the Treasurer General over a period of time, and I've seen how our PBF members are so keen to assist us. And indeed, we are sure of that. I'm not here to make a lot of speeches, but want to assure you that Mpumalanga is a good province to invest on. Well, there is a lot of challenges. You'll know very well that electricity comes here. And we're not selfish and say there will be no load shedding in Mpumalanga. We do accept the difficulties that we faced, but we are doing our best. And we are happy that the minister is here of mineral. We resolved as Mpumalanga that we will not abandon the coal, Minister Kwede. We shall keep the coal because it's one of the resources God gave us as Mpumalanga, and we want to utilize that. That is a decision of the PEC, and we have made known to the President and to the Minister. And for that matter, let me introduce to you a keynote who is the chairperson of the PBF, who is elected in a conference that was contested, of course, the Treasurer General of the ANC, Dr. Gwen Ramokgopa. Can see he's doing very well. Dr. Ramokgopa, over to you. May you please rise to our treasurer as she approaches the stage. Siyabulela kakhulu, siyabonga. Treasurer General, this is our progressive business people of the province and that of the South Africa. Thank you very much, Comrade. Malibongwe.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome. That is P.D. Mashiru, who's also the MEC for Human Settlements in Mpumalanga. The program directors, Ndadeweza Matumani, the man with the voice, Mayor Coretta Mohali. Thank you for this opportunity and also for being available always when the PBF asks you to present this world-class facilities. You've been with us in the year 2023, and you're still with us. I was challenging the deputy chairperson that we brought the best to Mpumalanga. This is choreographed. And if you have a team in Mpumalanga that's prepared to work with us, we will work with you to ensure that we create this very high-class, top-class dialogues, but that deal with really deep issues that aim to advance the lives of our people, advance our economy, advance relations in our own country, in our continent, and globally. I want to also take this special moment to acknowledge the ANC National Chairperson, who's also the Minister of Energy and Minerals, who will be talking to us later on minerals of the future and beneficiation. Yes, it's also beneficiation of all minerals, so that the coal we have, amongst others, are beneficiated in a manner that appreciates the need for a just transition, and also a need for more to reduce the carbon print as well. He'll be talking about that later on. Thank you, National Chair. I know that you were allowed to get out of many programs to be here. We greatly appreciate your presence. We also have other members of the NEC who are here. I want to acknowledge you, your presence, and thank you. We are fewer because the majority of us are engaging with communities and other stakeholders throughout Mpumalanga. We've been doing so since the beginning of the week. I also want to acknowledge the president of the ANC Veterans League, Dr. Snuki Zikalala, the ANC Women's League. They had a very, very dynamic event yesterday with women in the churches, Amanyano, and we also know that they are busy engaging various women. The deputy chairperson of the ANC Youth League, Avuile Abadia, who will also be part of the panels later on, the Tripartite Alliance, fraternal organizations. I start with the political people, because if it was not of the January 8th, we wouldn't have an excuse as the Progressive Business Forum to host this event. So we want to thank the ANC in particular for allowing us to leverage the events of January 8th celebration, 112th anniversary of the ANC. I also want to acknowledge and thank for agreeing to come and share with us the work they do in government, ministers of minerals and energy that I've acknowledged, Honorable Gwede Mantashe, International Relations and Cooperation Minister, Honorable Dr. Naledi Pandor. I was asking Minister Gwede Mantashe, when am I going to refer him as a doctor? And he says, oh, maybe if I can put my master's and my MBA, it may be even beyond a PhD. Minister, I still challenge you, but thank you also for leading the way. We saw you graduate not long ago. The Minister of Basic Education, Enji Motshega, Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Minister Ibrahim Patel, who was presented to us as well, who we also work very, very closely with in the past year. Minister of Human Settlements, Minister Mamuluko Kubai, who is also a very dear friend of the PBF. She's always available, and she has no choice because she is the chairperson of the NEC ANC Economic Cluster, but also of government, economic cluster. Thank you for allowing us to always pull you in, sometimes at last moments, but you're always there for us. I want to, if there are others, other ministers, deputy ministers, MECs who are here, I want to acknowledge you and thank you for making time. I'm aware that some are not here because they are busy with the January 8th mobilization and engagement, very dynamic engagements with communities in all areas of Mpumalanga, including the chairperson of the ANC in Mpumalanga. Excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, heads of states, head of trade missions, and one of a good friend that is here is Mr. Young, who helped us to take an entourage, a huge delegation of 19 companies from South Africa who want to help close the trade deficit and help create beneficiation of our own products from agriculture to mining. Thank you very much also for being here. Other businesses that are here, knowledge institutions, Professor Maluleke, who's also one of the panelists, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Tshwane University of Technology, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of our National Development Commission for the country. Other think tanks that are here, the trade union movement, community organization, and social partners. All experts that will participate in this, especially the panel discussions, stakeholders, our very, very important stakeholder, the Statistician General, Mr. Maluleka. Thank you very much. We will check who is this that's afraid of the numbers, because if you can't count it, you can't achieve it. And thanks for being there. Remain objective, because if we're not objective, we will lose course. And we invite you here, and we'll also acknowledge that you also go to any other party and any other institution that can invite you. Although we're going, if there's anything to go by, if we keep on polarizing, you'll have to maybe use Zoom or something to engage with us, or maybe, use TikTok or whatever to get to all of us. But thanks for always being present during tough times and also during times of celebration. Media, ladies and gentlemen, and in the South African parlance, all protocols observed. The year that passed, 2023, was a year of recovery from the worst pandemic in the world over 100 years, the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, the world also witnessed a number of events that disrupted international trade and domestic markets. These include the geopolitical tensions that we've seen and various natural disasters. South Africa, in its recovery period, and we really acknowledge that figures do say we are recovering, although the growth still needs all of us to be much more productive, strategic, and intentional, because we remain almost stagnant, but with great potential. South Africa has made great strides to ignite our economy through investments in the various social security programs, and we are glad that the special grants are not only seen as an expense, as an expenditure of government, is also seen as an investment to the people who receive it, for them to be able to move around, to look for jobs, to get the retail economy going, buying bread and all that. So, and that seems to be a really firm platform to start going towards concluding the discussions around the basic income grant. Many think this is welfare. Developmentally, this is an investment. So South Africa did quite a lot on the domestic side to ensure that no one is left behind. And this is a very passionate subject of President Cyril Ramaphosa, who says in his leadership, he is trying to prioritize that no one among South Africans sleep hungry. The issue of infrastructure, investments there, manufacturing and other initiatives. Other efforts that has been made in the past year to ignite our economy include active mobilization of investments and creating platforms for trade and collaborations in Africa and globally. And as mentioned by Minister Patel, these include hosting the Africa Free Trade Agreement, forums, BRICS, as well as the AGOA summits. Against great odds, we were able to have great success in its summit, and we're really grateful that PBF was there to ensure that it's not only government to government, but also civil society, business, come on board to strengthen its voice as a stakeholder and also to ensure that government speaks truly on behalf of other stakeholders in our country. And that's what we do. We cannot agree more, though, with President O.R. Tambo, President of the ANC's Wise Council, in his address in 1971 to the external mission of the ANC. I open quote, "Today it is more than important to hold hands as the weapon of unity. Hold fast this weapon of unity. It is yours, it belongs to the people, to posterity. It is the key to posterity," close quote. Posterity refers to future generations. We meet this year, 2024, to celebrate January 8 as the 112th anniversary of the founding of the African National Congress. I want to help you cast your minds to 112 years ago, where traditional leaders who were the leaders of the people then, recognized leaders, some of them were who were there were faith-based leaders, where people went to try and cope with colonialism, and later, which was made worse with apartheid rules and laws. As well, alongside them were these few, a handful of black intellectuals who had a very rare opportunity amongst the multitude of blacks who were oppressed to go to higher education institutions, both locally, but some of them were learned from other countries in the world. Amongst them was this woman, Charlotte Manye Maxeke, who also worked very hard to mobilize, especially black people, to come together, to unite, and to face the onslaught and the wrath of colonial apartheid together. Because divided, these ills, these brutal systems, were thriving They were thriving to an extent that our continent was a source of slavery. I hope some of you would have had a chance to go to countries like Ghana and others to look at the slave trade in our continent. But anyway, these stakeholders met. They raised their own income. There were no benevolent funders. The corporates of the day connived with the oppressors of the day, the regimes of the day. And the people were by themselves. They had to use the resources that they had. Cows, cattle, and whatever animals, and mealies, and whatever products, agricultural products, to make this summit of discussing the future that they shared together. I'm asking you to cast our minds there because we really need to be inspired to know that without unity as a nation, it is not possible to take the task of recovery to the next level, the level that we wish to leave behind for future generations. We need to work more cohesively as a nation. Not that we shouldn't have a multi-party democracy, we should have, but we should have a multi-party democracy that is centered around the interest of our country and not the interests, a foreign interest who are not necessarily progressive and not necessarily working in the interest, especially of the majority of our people. History is repeating itself, and we, as a progressive business forum, we want to be counted as one of the very effective programs to create dialogue, to create engagement, to create accountability, to share dreams, and indeed to ensure that these dreams come true. We are inspired also that this year we'll celebrate 30 years of freedom and democracy. The freedom that we shouldn't take lightly because it was not free. I will not go into the progress we've made in investing in human development. Otherwise, I would be accused of taking the limelight from the program that we've been allowed to be associated with, which will be celebrated the 112th anniversary led by President Cyril Ramaphosa on Saturday at the stadium, and I hope all of you will be there. Education, health, we've made significant progress. It is also important to note that there is no one else outside ourselves that has the capability of pulling us together to achieve that which we deserve. I've had an opportunity of being an advisor in the presidency on the district development model. And looking into each of the 52 districts in our country, there is none whatsoever that is not economically endowed. Where I stand, I am convinced that those who are especially of Christian faith would agree with me that if there is a Garden of Eden, an endowed region in the world, it is Africa, of which we are part of. As the PBF, and also as the ANC, led by the SG, we've visited China, we've visited other countries in the continent, and we'll continue visiting. We've even visited the United States, Reverend Jesse Jackson and many others. And I come back to our country and say, it is about time that we don't look for solutions elsewhere. Our friends in China can attest to the fact that they are leading in clean energy, amongst others, world leaders in EVs, electrical vehicles manufacturing, because of Africa, because of the minerals of the future that we've asked Minister Gwede, our national chair, to come and share knowledge with us as to how can we access this, how can we be partners. Recently, as the CEO indicated, and I said earlier, the 19 companies we took to attend the international exhibition on supply chain. When we were there, we also met a number of Chinese trade missions that are looking at not only extracting raw material, but at extracting beneficiated material. And they said to us, raw material is very heavy and is very expensive to transport. And with the disruptions of the international supply chains by pandemics, health crises, geopolitical tensions, amongst others, and also natural disasters, they are rethinking as well the approach of extracting raw material and not beneficiating at source. Because if you beneficiate at source, you beneficiate qualitatively and not that debris amongst others. So the question I want to leave with you is whether we are ready for partners that are as progressive thinking as that. Are we ready to look at the resources we have where we live and say we will work together, not against one another? Those in the public sector will not be arrogant, because there are those in the public sector that are arrogant, who think that those that are not in the public service are lesser empowered, which is not the case. There's a need to close the gap between the public and the private sector. Even NHI, it's not about the public sector. Private sector would also have to benefit out of this fund because it's a national fund. It shouldn't matter who is providing services, but whoever accesses the services, they should be guaranteed that funding will be prepaid. You don't come in and they say, we need first 20,000. Where will you get it? You are unconscious and all that. So we need to bridge, South Africans, the many divides that divide us, and start to create think tanks to unravel the solutions that are there, and inspired by the wise counsel of, amongst others, President O.R. Tambo. Just in conclusion, I would like to say that last year, PBF was inspired by the participation in the Colloquium that we hosted. We will be continuing with that theme. It is the first time that we have a colloquium on the sidelines or as a part of the celebration of January 8. But even in between January 8, we will be having this colloquia. We are working with the provincial leadership. I'm told that there may be premiers who are also national chairpersons that are here, but most of them are in the community. We will be in every province. We would like to have South Africans to work together to generate solutions. We also supported the ANC for bringing together political parties of the world, where over 54 party delegates attended. And many of these countries, especially from Africa, were saying to us, you helped us, South Africa, to reduce tensions amongst ourselves. We were in civil wars. We are now working together as nations. You are not allowed to weaken yourself, because we need you to come to help us and we to work with you for the next phase of a shared prosperity. So the success of the ANC and also of the people of South Africa is also a success of Africa, and the success of Africa is a success of South Africa. It is in that context that at the BRICS welcome dinner, we invited President Obasanjo, the previous president of Nigeria, and he mentioned that they are happy with the way the South Africa represents them in BRICS. And he also indicated that we must look at the finance sector and the money systems of the world. And we appreciate that the Western Africa also almost got in trouble because they were throttled financially for not, especially for Nigeria not invading Niger during the uprisings. So we need to start thinking about these issues. It is also important that as we move forward as PBF, we involved more and more of young people. Almost 40% and above of those that will be voting later this year are young people. But besides that, what generation would not be proud if those that come after it have achieved even better beyond what they were able to? So we want to call on young people to come forth. We have an exhibition outside, and we want to invite young people. The exhibition will be there throughout the day. We want to invite especially young people who are there or those who work with young people to also look at what opportunities are there and how to access them. In our review of the 2019 manifesto, we were privileged to also meet with young people that have gone into professions that were not accessible in the past. Women who were pilots, and so forth, engineers, and so forth, and so forth. So we have done a lot in the past 5 years, yes. In the past 30 years, most definitely, and a lot more can still be done. The PBF is at the service of the African National Congress and the progressive structures in our country. We would not even mind to have a debate with other political parties so that they can share with South Africans what they can do, and we can have a positive engagement on how best can we take our country forward. I want to also conclude by by quoting the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, in his New Year message, saying that humanity is strongest when it stands together. We must come together across divides for shared solutions. With those words, I want to thank you also for coming, and please do engage the panels that will be there and participate. We will be giving special recognition for friends of the PBF in the past year at dinner, those who have registered for dinner. We wish the ANC well with the celebration of 112th anniversary, but above all, we wish the President of the African National Congress, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa well, because he's really passionate for our country, not only to focus on the challenges that were, but also to reflect deeply on who are we together and how together we can advance our country, our people, and indeed our continent, and build a better world. And that is why we are in the International Court of Justice for the genocide in Palestine to end. I thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Gwen Ramogopa. I mean, such a fantastic keynote address right there. And really, I think another big round of applause to the great work that they've done, that she's, of course, done in her leadership as the first female Treasurer General of and of course, also the chairperson of the PBF. Now, the Progressive Business Forum's objective is to advance democracy in South Africa through fundraising and promotion of dialogues across socio-economic groups and sectors. It is this shared purpose of building a better nation that has brought us all here today. Now, due to the late start that we had, we will not have a lengthy tea break as such, and we'll rather just have a comfort break if we could. So we really just encourage all of you to just have a 5-minute intermission right now, and then we will return promptly for our first panel, which is, of course, on human capital development.
Thank you for that, Weza. So if you have not yet, please follow us on X, as I mentioned earlier, and Instagram at PBF_officially, and on Facebook at Progressive Business Forum. Please post, like, share using the hashtag PBF_Colloquium24, as well as hashtag ANC112. See you back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we all nice and refreshed, let's proceed into our sessions. We'll be presenting 3 sessions today, each moderated by a distinguished government or industry leader. Now, talking about session 1, which is the one that we are now about to go into, the theme here is human capital development and focusing specifically on health and skills development. And we're going to be hearing from our moderator of this particular session, Professor Tiniko Maluleke. Now, Professor Maluleke is the Vice Chancellor of the Tshwane University of Technology and Deputy Chairperson of the National Planning Commission.
Thank you, Weza. Before we hand over to our esteemed moderator, please put your hands together for the Minister, Mr. Blade Nzimande, Doctor, apologies. Dr. Blade Nzimande, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, as he comes over to deliver his address.
Oh, my podium is that side, okay. Thank you. Yes, Kwat, Kunjan. Sorry, I have to have my watch so that I time myself. Thank you very much. Let me start by greeting our moderator, Professor Maluleke, Minister of Basic Education, Comrade Enje Motsecha, and all the panelists who are joining me today. Let me also greet all my colleagues, the ministers who are here, as well as members of the PBF, members of other business entities, leadership that is here of the ANC and the Alliance. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's an honor and my privilege to be part of this colloquium that forms part of the historic 112 years celebration since the founding of our organization, the ANC. Of course, this year's anniversary celebration assumes extra importance because they coincide with the 30th anniversary of our democracy. I've been requested to make an input under the theme Human Capital Development, Health, Education, and Skills Development, how a nation can improve the Human Development Index and productivity in key sectors of the economy. Let me just start by saying 2 background issues that are important. Firstly, and the President has consistently pointed this out, that under the leadership of the ANC, in 2021-2022, spending on education in South Africa as a proportion of overall government expenditure was 22.6%, and and that translates to 6.4% of GDP. And both these indicators exceed the UNESCO benchmarks. In other words, we are spending much higher than the minimum that has been set by UNESCO, which is a very important achievement because it shows that the ANC government continues to spend a large share of its national budget on education, both schooling and post-schooling. Our main challenge, nevertheless, is how best to maximize this investment such that it leads to progressive educational outcomes, especially against the background of poverty, inequality, and unemployment in our country. I'm going to talk more about post-school education and training. Minister Motsecha is here. I'm sure that she will be able, when her time comes, to reflect more on basic education. But let me just explain this because people get confused. Why are you a Department of Higher Education and Training, but you are talking about post-school as your mandate? It's very important, particularly in this forum, that we understand this. Simply, the way we see the mandate of the Department of Higher Education and Training is that it must respond to skills and further education needs for all those South Africans who have left school and are unlikely to go back to school, whether they finished school or not, and whether they passed or failed. I don't know if I'm making sense. Anyone who is unlikely, including those who never went to school, by the way, anyone who is unlikely to go back to school, whether part-time or whatever, they are our mandate. I don't know, I saw the statistician general here. Maybe will tell us better. Our own estimate is that the mandate of post-school education and training is around half the population of South Africa. Those are the people that we are actually targeting, who have left school and are unlikely to go back to school. Now, here are the issues then that, the first thing that the ANC has done, as indicated by these indices I've cited, has been to significantly increase access to post-school education and training since 1994. We have lots of complaints, but they don't take into account the fact that we are now at just over 1.1 million university students. We have almost doubled that since 1994, which is a very huge achievement given a country like ours. We also have set up a number of funding instruments as government. You have got the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, which is in the news these days for wrong reasons, the National Skills Fund, the National Research Foundation, which deals with postgraduate studies, the National Institute for Human and Social Sciences, which funds bursaries largely for humanities and social sciences. We've got the sector education and training authorities, the SETAs, providing a whole range of skills like the National Skills Fund and the international scholarship programs that we have. The National Skills Fund, for instance, which focuses in the main on what one would call the needs, those who are not in education, not in employment, not in any training, such that we are able to give them skills to be able either to access the labor force or to be able to start their own initiatives. 2022, we spent 1.7 billion rands. There is lots of training that is happening in South Africa that is actually not normally visible, which is outside your formal education system, whether it's schooling or post-schooling. The SETAs also have a budget of 21 billion this year. Unfortunately, they don't spend all that money, which is the fight that I'm having with them. I know that the SETAs have got a reputation that there's lots of wastage of money. I always fight with them because there are many good and positive things that the SETAs are doing in terms of provision of learnerships, in terms of supporting work placement. They have now increased the work placement of students from the technical and vocational education and training sector. Now, moderator, I really want to place this because this is very important. That having said this, then we've got, as I've said, our universities, we've got our TVET colleges. But the big task and challenge that we have as a country, our post-school system is upside down. That is what we have to correct. You have just over 500,000 TVET college students, and universities is 1.1. The NDP says by 2030, we need over 2 million TVET college students against 1.6 million university students. In other words, what we have to break, we have an academically oriented education system. No country has what we have. In Germany, only 1/3 of students who leave school go to university. The 2/3 they get apprenticed. But our technical and vocational education is small. Now, how are we addressing this? I've said to my department, much as we are coming to the end of the 6th administration and there's lots of effort, I don't have time, that we've made, I will mention a few just now, to expand the TVET college sector. We need to say over the next 6 years, how do we begin to change this thing that you have got more university students than TVET college students? Now, NSFAS is now 48 billion rands that we have spent, and out of that, 12 billion rands is spent in student accommodation. So NSFAS is also a big player in the property sector in terms of contributing, changing of ownership and participation. 38.6 billion goes to universities and 8.9 billion goes to TVET colleges. The next thing which I'm announcing on Sunday, but now, since the media is here, I will say this, but not complete, because I'll give the complete picture on Sunday. Cabinet has just approved a way of responding to the needs of what we call the missing middle in universities. Those students who come from families who are earning more than 350,000 rands per annum, up to 600,000 rands per annum, but still, they can't afford university education because university education is expensive. So I'm going to be announcing the details of a very generous loan system that Cabinet has approved, which we are introducing at the beginning of this year. I will give the details on Sunday. But this is a major achievement because each year when we've got protests, it's the missing middle largely that is protesting. It's not your NSFAS students who are actually benefiting from this. This is going to go a long way in expanding opportunities. But the ANC has a responsibility, by the way. I know Minister Pando has been a champion of this. We must encourage parents to save, right from the word go, for the education of their children, and not just rely that government is going to provide. We know that there are no free schools, yes, but parents should make an effort, especially professionals, to invest and ensure that they do save. This thing mustn't be taken as if government is therefore taking over the totality of the responsibility. So those are some of the things now. The other target that we have from the NDP is that by 2030, we need to be producing 30,000 artisans per annum. As I'm talking to you now, the tentative figures not yet audited is that we're at 21,000 artisans that we are producing per annum, which means we are confident by 2030 we will meet and even surpass the 30,000. In fact, we could even be at 25,000 now, but COVID and the shutdowns really took us back in terms of the production of artisans. But also, the other thing that I do need to say, the production of artisans is the single biggest challenge of our post-school education and training system, working together with business. We can't produce artisans outside of partnership between our TVET colleges and business. PBF should be champions of saying every TVET college graduate must be able to get the 12 to 18 months workplace experience in order that they qualify as artisans. Usually, actually, you do 6 months at college and 6 months in the workplace. Ideally, that's what is happening. We are not doing that at the moment. We allow them to do the 18 months, and then we need another 18 months to become plumbers, to become welders, and so on. Production of artisans will change the nature of the South African economy. We have no doubt about that. I always, by the way, tell people that I don't think we should compare TVET education with university education, because the two, they serve two different purposes. So you can't compare them. It's an unfair comparison. In many respects, by the way, TVET college graduates, if trained properly, they get jobs or they start their own business initiatives much quicker and much faster. If you are a plumber today here in Gauteng and you get a call out, it's 700 Rand even before you know what is it that is wrong in your house. If it was only a small bolt, Minister Mantashe, that was loose, the artisan will charge you 670 rands plus 50 rand for that bolt, plus labor. And in any case, many plumbers in Johannesburg, they earn better than medical practitioners who are in private practice. That is a fact. That's what our statistics also tells us. So this thing then of having to change the academic orientation of our education to more vocational and occupationally oriented education, that's our solution to the high youth unemployment in the country. Let me just mention a few things before I end. We've also introduced a new institutional type as the ANC government, which is what we are calling community colleges in South Africa. Community colleges is what were known as adult education centers before, ABET centers. We are changing this in this way. Adult basic education and training is needed, but it was only focusing on those who want to complete their schooling as adults. We are saying South Africans need more than just to complete schooling in order to be able to effectively participate in the economy. You may find a lady who left school in standard 5 is no longer interested in doing standard 6, maybe at age 35 or age 40, but what she's interested in is to acquire skills to do baking so that she can actually be able to sell cakes in the nearby schools and make a living. So we are now introducing skills types programs like fencing in the rural areas, which is very important, done by these community colleges in order to respond to the variety of skills needs in our country. That is something that we are doing, which is very, very important. For the first time this year, we've set aside 2 billion rands to build dedicated buildings for community education and training colleges, because at the moment, Minister Motshekga, by the way, we appreciate this. Basically, all our adult education community college, they use schools after hours, which is very important in terms of using our facilities. We are also investing genuinely in infrastructure despite the fiscal constraints that we have. Between last year and this year, we are going to be opening 16 new TVET college campuses, all of them in rural areas. Those who know KZN, even a place like Msinga that has been known for its guns and violence for decades, we want it now, it goes a TVET college campus, which, by the way, is going to be amongst the most advanced technologically. It's also offering a subject called mechatronics, which is one of the modern subjects and disciplines that are in high demand in the private sector today. We don't have money for new infrastructure, but what we want to say to business in particular in this platform, you have to partner with us in order to make this kind of education that is needed for the country to be a reality. Let me conclude by just saying this. Yesterday, I was accompanying Minister Kotongwane in preparation for Davos. Minister Mantashe, I'm going to Davos this year. Don't ask me what I'm doing there. I'll be doing a great job for this country when I'm at Davos this year. I was saying that two critical things for South African industry, that if we don't do them, as a country, we're going to regress. One is skills development, but not just only skills development, is future skills, that we must pay a lot of attention to them now, including technology. Secondly, if we don't invest in innovation, science, technology, and innovation, we are going to go back in terms of industry. I'm sorry to say that just before COVID, we were spending about 0.8% of our GDP on science and innovation, but after COVID, we've dropped to 0.6, and the biggest decline is in the private sector. If the private sector doesn't invest in innovation in the areas in which they operate, we are going to recede very badly as South Africa. Yet, we have the single largest science infrastructure in Africa, and we've got the single largest university system in the African continent, and a public university system, which means also it's accessible to the children of the poor. I just thought with those words, let me open, just to share this. I must also say, as I sit down, the task that we have with Minister Motshekga all the time is to make sure that there is articulation between basic education and post-school education and training. In particular, this need to expand the vocational component of our education system, both at basic level as well as post-school education and training, such that there is a pipeline for that, which also will be able to provide for specialist skills like engineering and others that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those very, very broad framing opening remarks for this panel. I have so many things I would want to take from what you said, but not enough time to do that. I like the manner in which you define post-school education. I'm not convinced that we have truly appreciated your vision for post-school education, and I think there's still work to be done there, because when you speak about post-school education, you talk about those who are in the system, that is the 1.5 million, roughly, who are in the system of higher education, but you also include the millions who are outside that system. And I think for me, that is the missing link, because the way to the future is skills, upskilling, and reskilling. We cannot simply focus only on those who are inside the system if we are going to turn this thing around. So I really loved that very broad and very revolutionary definition of post-school education that you gave us. I also liked what you were saying about skills development. One of the things that keeps me awake at night is how we are going to multiply the number of skills and the number of people that are skilled. So, Yuval Noah Harari, who is loved by some but not loved by others, suggests that we should be teaching our young not to say what they want to become when they grow up. So I want to become a policeman, I want to become a pilot. He says we should be saying to them, when you grow up, you will not have a job. By that, he's not talking about unemployment. He's talking about the speed with which the jobs that are known are changing and how we need to scale up to the changes that are happening because of innovation, because of 4IR, because of artificial intelligence. So the jobs that we know or we knew, we grew up dreaming about, will not look anything like what we thought of. And so all of these thoughts were provoked in me by your presentation, Minister Blade Nzimande. Thank you very much for that. I now want to move to the panel discussion. I have three discussants. Sana Fundama. Ms. Sana Fundama is from Hleli Consulting. She will be first on the podium. I've given them about 8 minutes each. The minister was very exemplary. He stuck to his 15 minutes. So I hope you will do the same. And then I've also got Nhlonipho Nxumalo from SAUS and from the Youth League, Avuyile Qabadia. I was asking whether it is Qabadia or Qabadia. He said it doesn't matter, as long as you give me time to speak. He is from the Youth League. So, Sana, perhaps as you come to, maybe you should speak while seated. I think that's the whole idea of a panel. That's why we are wearing these things. And I'll myself take my seat. But as you start your intervention, I'd like to ask you a leading question. And that question is, once I have the skills, can I relax? So I have the initial skills, what next? And then you can go on to give us your own input.
Thank you to the moderator. Absolutely not. I think, getting skills is one part of the job, but we also have to then ensure that we are sustaining the skills that we have. So very important in the human capital space and also in the skills development is the sustainability of the skills that we're developing. So it becomes very critical that we continue with social and psychological support that is ongoing throughout the schooling period of an individual, even through post-schooling. So we've been talking a lot about the different skills that we have, whether they are technical, whether they are from a human perspective. It is important that we get the support for the people that we are skilling or upskilling or reskilling. South Africa is a country that deals with a lot of social issues, and that's why it becomes critical that we have social and psychological support. So from a psychological support is that it is not enough that we sponsor, for example, students, whether they're going to university or students that are within, a schooling period within their high school. It's also important that we give them the social support so that during the time that they are sponsored, they're able to sustain what they're building. So if you look, for example, when you take students, whether through NEFSAs or many other, sponsoring schemes, once they have been sponsored, what happens? Do they know how to be able to live and survive the schooling life? You're looking at children that are coming from rural backgrounds, for example, that you're taking them to a province they've never been there. What is the social support that we're giving them? How are we preparing them for the ills that they find from a university perspective, as an example? Yes, you find some of them getting 10 distinctions from Mpumalanga. They get to varsity, they got the bursary, they got the sponsorship. Then you find they don't complete their degrees, they don't complete or they get the skill that they're looking for. It's because they have not been prepared well, and that's why I say it's an ongoing period of giving them psychological support, giving them social support from a human capital. Because what we're saying, at least from a people management perspective, is that we are not just giving people skills, we are also building the human being. We are building the human being that will be able to be resilient. Because yes, you've got the technical skill, but how do you survive the country we're living in? Yes, you've got the technical expertise, but how do you make sure that you're sustainable within the South African context? So it is that reason what we're saying that let's give the skills, let's develop the skills, but let's build the human being. Let's build the human being also that is understanding that I am a South African. Because in everything that we do, we least not forget the patriotic approach to say that I'm becoming skilled for the South African context. So whatever skills that I'm building, what is it for me and my country? It is not enough, Prof, that we will be, skilling or upskilling or reskilling individuals in this country and we'll lose them to other countries. So when we're talking about providing the psychological approach and also providing the social support is that once we have skills, do people understand from a patriotic approach that we are also building those skills for South Africa? We talk about the many issues we have in this country, and the question is, when we are upskilling people and they leave us, who's going to be the change that we want to see? So it is very important that whilst we are also building that skill, we are also educating people around where we're coming from as a country. When we're building artisans or skilling artisans, they need to understand the issues we're experiencing in South Africa. When we are building or skilling engineers, they need to understand the infrastructure issues that we're dealing with in the country. So it is also important that we go back to the patriotism that we're looking for, that people have pride in having skills in South Africa. People have to have the pride and the national culture that whatever it is that I'm doing it for my country. And I think that's the gap that we really need to fill now to say, how do we move away from just skilling people to make money, but skilling people to say, I want to build South Africa. I want to build this country with what I've been given, with what is in my hands. And I think that's where the human capital element comes in to say, when we start building the human being, when we start building the human capital, we will be able to say, now that you're skilled, now that you're able to do what it is that you're doing, you would be able to survive within the country that you're placed in. So it goes back really to saying, from a patriotic approach, and I keep repeating that, because we need to start having the pride to be South Africans, being an industrial psychologist in South Africa, being an engineer in South Africa, because we keep saying this is what we want to see the country looking like, but when we lose the skill in this country, who's going to build the country? And I think part of skilling is also making sure that we are teaching people that we're skilling in whatever industry that we're skilling them in, that you are doing it for your country, and have that pride to say, I'm here, I'm resilient for this country. And all the changes that we want to see, we want South Africa to look like that, we want South Africa to look like that. You want to be the change that you have with the skill that you possess. So in closing from my side, I think for me, it goes back to the psychological support that we need to give with the technical expertise that we're skilling people with, so that the human being is built. Because once we do that, we're able to say, what I am skilled, what can I do for my country? How do I take the jobs? How do I take pride in the jobs to build the country? Then it becomes less about the money and the career and many other things, but it goes to saying, I am the change in South Africa that I've been wanting to see with the skill that I have, whether it's baking, whether it's sweeping the street, whether it's engineering, with the little that is in my hand, how do I make this country a better place? And how do I live this country a better place than how I've found it with what I've been given?
I can feel the passion. Especially the passion around patriotism.
Yeah.
But skilled people tend to think, I'm skilled, therefore I should sell my skill anyway.
And that's what we're trying to fix. When you're selling your skill anyway, who's going to do what you've been skilled to do in your own country? And I think that's what it is. And hence, I keep talking about it has to be more about the passion. Yes, everybody sitting here in this room would love money. We want it, that's why we wake up in the morning, but it has to be more than that. And that's where the human being comes in. When it's more, it becomes less about what I'm doing, what is in it for me, but what is it that I can give. From medical doctors, from any skill, I think I don't even want to go into the detail of that. But when you stand up and say, I'm a South African psychologist, I'm a South African medical doctor, it becomes different because how you serve your country, the passion comes through. So you're not going to say, I'm leaving because I have not been paid, because you understand the work that you're doing to change this country. And that's the passion that we need to develop in the skilling or in upskilling people, because then we need to marry the two. There is no skill without the human that understands the need for the skill to do what it is that they need to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nhlonipho. Thank you. Nhlonipho, speak to us about whether the education you are receiving at our universities is preparing you to get a job and get it quickly, and preparing you to invent a job, create a job for yourself, or you are just doing what you are doing and you will look for a job one day and hopefully you'll get it. How is the education system doing for you what you need? Are you getting the skills that you need?
Okay. Thank you so much. And firstly, I think we must acknowledge that the Department of Higher Education has the responsibility to drive skills development. So it carries the whole country because it carries the future of the country. The National Development Plan, it places a responsibility in education to reverse the injustices of the past, socially and economically. And therefore, what we need to understand is that education is therefore given a retrospective responsibility. So it has to reverse the injustices that happened 300 years of colonialism, 45 years of apartheid. And therefore, what we're looking at is that when we speak about education, we must be intentional and we must ensure that we would like to commend the Department of Higher Education for increasing access to education. However, now we must focus on support and success. We've increased, the government has increased access to education. However, we must not be quantitative, but qualitative in whatever that we do. But I will come back to that. There were projections of a 10% decrease in the NSFAS funding. In that decrease, what we need to understand is that it is projected that about 87,000 students can lose funding. And that is not only 87,000 students. Let me bring it closer to home. If we're saying 87 students can go unfunded, we're speaking about 87,000 families that we have a potential of losing their votes. So in whatever that we do, we must also understand the implications thereof, politically and otherwise. When you speak about us, about education being giving us the skills that we need, there is an issue in terms of the education system, and that issue becomes that the education system no longer speaks necessarily to the demand in the job market. And there's obviously been a defunding of certain qualifications, of which I think that is also a way to show that we see that there are qualifications that we no longer need, and we want to focus the funding on the relevant qualifications that speak to the job market. However, in doing that, we must ensure that the sector is restructured. Let's not just restructure funding, but let's restructure the sector. Because if you go to universities, I was looking at Stats SA 2021-2022, and I think Mr. Maluleke can confirm if I'm lying or not. We still have a high intake of humanities students, whereas we're now living in a digital world. So, of course, the SET sector is also increasing in terms of the intake. However, it is not increasing as it should. Whereas, so there's also a tendency, hence I'm saying, Mr. Minister, that you must be able to regulate the universities. The universities have a tendency of intaking more students on the humanities, less students on the health, less students on the SET. And therefore, we know that we no longer necessarily have a high demand of the courses that are in humanities, but rather we need to skill our students towards the digitalization. So we need to be able to go back to universities and standardize and let the qualifications that are being offered by the universities speak to the job market, right? So, also I was looking at the number of matriculants that we'll be producing this year from 2023. Speaks about slightly above 921,000. With universities having an intake of less than 200,000 first-time entering students. I'm referring to first-time entering students. And that is based on the 2021-2022 Stats SA. And then we had 130 registered with CETA, 26,000 registered with TVET, 14,000 registered with private institutions. So roughly you have less than 400,000 out of the 921 that we can say they'll be receiving post-tertiary education. However, I heard that the minister, they have made plans outside to expand access to TVET colleges and to also access those who are not in the formal tertiary education, because I was quite concerned that if we have this number of like about 500,000 students, learners, that we can't account for, what are we doing to ensure that they have the skills and development they need, I was quite concerned. So as I spoke that, we need to have an alignment towards between the education system and the job market, because that is important in ensuring that we have the quality and success, because we don't only want to enroll students and we don't know what happens to them, but we want to enroll students and ensure that they can be able to compete in the job market, they can be able to start their own businesses, they can participate in the economy and not just increase access and therefore it's a ticking box that, okay, we have increased access. It's not just the ticking box. Yeah. And hence I'm saying that we must never narrow the budget of the higher education into just a budget speech or a ticking box in the budget speech, but we must understand that it was given a retrospective role to address the injustices of the past and going forward.
Thank you very much, Nhlonipho. Thank you very much. You have made several very, very important points. I'm sure that the audience will come back to some of them. Avile, the youth in this country. Economists sometimes talk about the youth dividend. Because we are such a youthful population in South Africa and in Africa in general, why is it that we are not cashing in on this youth dividend? Why are 4 million young people not in employment, not in education? And how can we change all of that as a representative of a youth movement? What would you say?
Thank you very much, Prof. I think, firstly, before I answer that question, I think we must admit facts and the gains of democracy. And then with regards to access to education, that is a fact that the democratic government has advanced, has lifted a lot of poor young people to gain access to higher education, to gain access to skills that were not permitted before 1994, and we've seen a lot of young people giving their testimonies in a number of events that the ruling party has been going in terms of reflecting on what they've been committing to the people. We know that higher education is spending on post-school 48 billion, for instance. We know, Minister just alluded to that, about 300 billion, 6% of the GDP on the entire education. It's a bigger share on the GDP. It's a fact, numbers don't lie. And we know higher education has got a program of making sure that we have PhD students, in particular those that are black. We know we still have a deficit there. Many black people don't have a PhD qualification, and the department is trying through NGAP programs, and there's a 1 billion that has been announced by the president recently to increase that and close that gap so that we have innovation coming, of course, from those particular academics. Those are some of the gains. There's also an international program on international scholarship by the DHET, which I happen to benefit from that. I spent 3 years in China through that particular program. It's a program by this democratic government, deliberate to make sure that they uplift the poor child of Africa, which is responding to the call of the Freedom Charter, of course, and that of achieving the goals set in the NDP. And I think now, after we've admitted that fact, which even academics agree to it, Professor Pierre de Villiers, an economist from Stellenbosch, wrote an extensive paper admitting, in fact, analyzing the role NSFAS played in uplifting the poor. It's there, everyone can read it, extensive papers on that subject. So both academics, public, in fact, even the private, which today benefits from the skills of those people who went through that education system provided by these democrats. Most of these private companies hire black South Africans who received education through this the provision of government. It's a fact. But then we have a challenge. We're talking about the skills development and the human capital development, which, as the Youth League, we view there is a gap and a mistake that must be fixed by this democracy. Because if you take these students through the education system, when they finish, you don't have a plan to absorb them in the economy, then you must admit that you have a problem. You don't have a deliberate plan to make sure that these people are integrated in the system, and I think that's what we must do. President Ramaphosa, yesterday, when he was addressing young people, alluded to this, and he made an example of Chinese. Chinese send a lot of young men and women international, and if you can check even today, most international universities have got Chinese young people, and when they come, government is deliberate that when they come, these young people, we make sure they integrate in all these private and public institutions. That's why you have a lot of Chinese companies now taking the global stage in terms of production, and actually, so we don't have that in South Africa, and it's a problem. And of course, after that democratic 30 years of success and mistakes that we have, we must reflect and change. And that, as the Youth League was saying, we don't have a meritocratic system in South Africa to appoint one DDGs, CEOs, and that is a problem. If you don't change that, you won't see a developmental economy that is able to have an economy that is effective and that sees productive sectors generating the needed jobs. So that we need to change, Professor. And I think in the renewal process of the ruling party, a lot of leaders admit to that, and that we need to integrate young people within our system. We need to make sure that these young people that we've educated are now integrated in the economy, in the top echelons of the leadership, so that they change. Because the leadership of the ANC, when they called for this free education, they were deliberate that this was not permitted before 1994. They were denied systematically, and now that we've educated them with these skills, let's put all these troops to go and fight and renew this economy. Because Sun Tzu in the Art of War, he said, if you can't deploy your troops strategically, they will become an enemy to you. That's why you'll find that now these young black graduates are educated, but they come and attack the very same organization that uplifted them from the bondage. So we must change that. If we don't change that, we are not going to see the gains of the last 8 years. I think that, for me, is something that we must do. One of the examples we've observed as the Euclid is that you have an artificial intelligence PhD graduate from MIT or China. It comes to your institution. You take the very same, while you have cybersecurity issues, you take that artificial intelligence graduate, you make him an admin in your office. It means these people who were not appointed through meritocracy are giving us problems. And they are reversing the gains of our democracy. And we must deal with those people. Then we'll see progress. So what we want to see Professor, as the Youth League, is that we argue that these people have been educated. Now, the kind of the economy you have should reflect the plan you have as a government. And we argue that South Africa must reindustrialize, must reopen firms, so that whatever basic higher education produces, whatever the cities produces, they must feed to the objective of reindustrializing your economy. And how do you do that? Those, I'm sure Statistician General will know, and some economists. There is what is called the production function. A production function, of course, is a function of labor and capital, human capital, which we have tried to at least advance on that. And of course, even with labor, we must make sure that our unions, National Chair, they must not think the same with the unions that were fighting for plus certificate at the time because they were oppressed. The unions of today must know that input cost must be lower, and the cost of project, for instance, you can't compete with a Vietnamese firm if you are going to subject a firm of Avila Kabatia to the huge minimum wage. You can't. That's a debate that we must end as union of today. How do we make sure that we reindustrialize? And what the conversation we must end with the unions today? Because an Avila firm that has been opened now cannot compete with the Vietnamese if it's going to be subjected to the minimum wage. It's the reality, it's economics, pure economics. We need to change how we do these things.
Sukville at that. Sukville. Thank you so much. I think I now hand over to Minister Motshekga.
Can I go on the podium?
Yes. It'll be easier there.
Yeah, it's easier for me. Okay. Thank you very much for your input.
Thanks, Minister.
I don't know which one works, whether on the ear or... Okay. No, Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me also acknowledge the leadership of PBF and thank them again for the opportunity. Acknowledge my colleagues from both government and the governing party, and the leadership of the governing party, the guests, and the media. Chair, let me really say, for me it's a great honor and a privilege to be able to speak today. I've been requested to really reflect on education, but also respond to what the panelists have said before. But I must say, especially to the PBF, that I really want to thank them a lot for the opportunity. And I've been asked to speak about human capital development, education and skills development, and how the nation can improve the human development index and productivity in critical economic and general sector. And my common response, Prof, is that education, 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 an answer to all of them. For me, it will be education. It's the most dependable one. When I motivate, the schools are going to open, I'm going to say to young kids to say, you will never regret success in education. You can't be a professor and regret and say, hey, doesn't that moshi and a professorship? You will never. So it has the highest dividends, and there's no doubt. And basic education, quite key. I always say you can't build a big house with an RDP foundation, Minister Kupai, or a double-storied house from a weak foundation. So anything else depends on your foundation, your basic education. The higher, whether it's high-level skills, it's broad skills, it's where you start with your basic education. And it has even become more critical with ECD now, from cradle to grave. And I think I'll make that point quicker because I don't have much time. But really the spirit of the ANC to emphasize on human capital development, on education and skills is very critical to elevate South Africa's Human Development Index and bolstering productivity across the economy. And our focus of nurturing a workforce that is skilled and healthy and resilient and adaptable to the changing demands of the global economy is very key. Chairperson, let me quickly start with the good news, which sometimes we underestimate, that in the past 30 years as this government, because of our unwavering commitment, we have made significant strides in eradicating adult illiteracy. And I always thank you, Minister Pandor, for the Curriculum program. You know, when I go to the malls and see young people or people just interacting with anything socially, with the banks, as withdrawal, they're not being assisted. People don't sign with an X any longer. People are able to really so that basic functionality of our people has been improved, and our people are functionally literate because of the work that we've done. Still, South Africa has issued a household survey on education 2023, and it puts our functional literacy at 86.4% because of the programs that we have put in place. And sometimes we take it for granted when people can go to the banks, complete forms on their own, can withdraw. We just think it's normal. It has been a conscious and a deliberate move on the part of this government to make people functionally literate. But we can also say quite a number of indicators in education, Prof, that on the basic education level, which is from your 7 to 15, that's basic education, grade 9. 11, 12, it's further education. As a country, we are at 99.8%, which is an international, we have reached universal access in basic education. We have reached universal access. Yes, we have challenges that after basic education, when they go to the further education phase, then we have dropouts, and that's why we're putting plans with higher education to say, how do we deal with learners who drop out after the basic education phase? And I'll also quickly speak to those matters, but I think it's important to even know that even in terms of disability, because of conscious and deliberate efforts we have made, we have more than 90% of children with special needs who do attend schools. We can say there are lots of challenges. It's not a very easy sector to service. It's a very expensive sector to service, but we are able now to really identify this is what we're supposed to do, and 90% of them have access skills. And I think it's common knowledge for lots of the people here in the house that we feed 9.6 million children a day. And it's very important because, again, in the study that we've done around stunting, because school feeding is not only about feeding, it's about regular attendance, but it's also about the health profile of those learners, because stunting also has cognitive challenges so that we can fight stunting. And again, we have a number of programs where we monitor if indeed our school feeding program does improve nutrition, because again, the children, because of our social factors, have malnutrition. But the one I like also, it's about, because I think rightfully we're concerned about completion rates at the FET level. But those who were born in the 40s were around in their 80s. Only 0.5% of them completed 12 years of schooling. It further went on, those who were born in the 60s, only 30% completed. The 3% is the ones who were born in the 80s, those ones who have 40 years. Only 30% of them will have completed schooling. The last survey from the Statistician General says 60% of children complete schooling.
We'll be announcing results. We'll demonstrate that we have even gone beyond 60% of children who are completing schooling under this government. So that as we correctly stress over the fact that children after the foundation, after the basic education phase drop out, we also have to acknowledge that now we're at 60%, not very long from 30%, and non-Tanga, we're at 0.5%. I'm saying about 40s, it was 0.5% who completed schooling. But I must say also what is very encouraging, that gives me great hope, as I say, it all starts with basic education. In basic education starts with ECD. And we are very happy that ECD has been brought to us. We ran 2 studies which are very critical. That first, to get the sense of the shape and size of the sector, we did an audit of how many ECD centers were there in the country. We picked up, Prof, that there were 42,420 centers. That's not the full total. Statistician General tells us that we have about 5.6 million children who are under 4 years. And of those 5.6 million children under 5 years, only 25% of them attend any ECD center. Then for the 5-year-olds, only 31% of them are in the ECD center. And because we took a conscious decision to make grade R a compulsory grade, 90% of children are in a program because of grade R. So that even those who are complaining about the Bella bill, they are saying we should not legalize grade R to be part of the basic education. And that's why we're fighting tooth and nail for that Bella bill, because it's only through it that legally grade R will become part of the system, that we're able to bring as many children into the system. But what is important also, as we took the function, we also did a study which we call a Thrive by 5 index baseline. And it's a very, for me, revealing study, because as I'm saying, less than 50% of children are in ECD programs. But it's saying even that less than 5% of them, 45% of them are school ready by the age of 5. Right? And they can't drive by 10 if they don't drive by 5. And they can't drive by 15 when they're supposed to do maths, science, and other if they didn't drive by 10. So it all starts there in the ECD. But what is even worse, it's saying of those kids, I mean half of those in centers, I don't talk about those who are at home, only 50% of them will be able to drive or drive by 5. And what is scary about the study, it completely confirms our challenges. Children who drop out, who can't sustain, because their foundations were weak. And that's why it's very important for us. And we take these very kids, NDP says, we must measure our kids against international standards. These kids who didn't go to school or who are not ready by 5, we then go and put them to assess them with kids who come from Finland, who go to an ECD center at 9 months. So by the time they are 10, these others have been stimulated for 10 or 9 to 10 years. Ours have been stimulated for 3 years. And we expect them to perform at the same level. So if we want to compete internationally, we have to ramp up at the ECD to give them the good start like everybody else, then we'll be able to get the results. When we revealed the results, everybody was panicking, and the president was saying, what is happening? I said, President, as long as we don't strengthen your ECD on your foundations for learning, 20 years down the line, we'll still be at the bottom of the pile. The answer lies in your ECD, and your answer lies in your language in education. We're one of those few countries who still learn and teach in a foreign language, or a language which is not our own. And Eastern Cape has run a 12 years model, which shows that a language is not knowledge. They taught kids in Xhosa, and those who were taught in Xhosa, and we'll even see from the results, perform even better than those who were taught in English. And in English, those kids who were taught in Xhosa perform even better than those who learned in English. That's a problem about language. So those are the things you have to confront and other things. But let me quickly go, because you want me to talk about skills and find time to respond to what our panelists have said, because that's a brief of treasure. Otherwise, it's a pelom savings. The other thing we've really focused on in education for these skills is really begin to strengthen our curriculum. We have a curriculum with skills competencies for a changing world. We've done lots of work. We've introduced a 3-stream curriculum. We have added additional learning routes, vocational and occupational, in line with what Minister Zimande has been saying. We have added 35 courses, and I can tell you it's been a very exciting space in education. eGauteng banesipani se new school, focus school every month. They have a school of science, Curtis Nkondo in Soweto. They have a school of Ibis and Lema aeroplane, aviation school in Kempton Park. They have schools which deal with motor mechanics around Roslyn area. Higher education has really helped with us so that if a child does motor mechanic, wants to go to university, it's recognized they can go and register at university in any of the technical subjects. So we've done lots of work there in the area of diversifying our curriculum, because indeed it is important to make sure that, because by the time they leave the foundation, the basic education phase, it's either some of them, because of poor foundations, are not able to cope with the FET curriculum. But at that stage, they've also developed interests. Others are musicians, others are artists, others are artisans, and it's very important for us to also recognize that they're not small kids who are going to be doing history if it's boring them. They want to go and use their hands. And that's why this a diverse curriculum. So there's a number of programs that we have put in place which allow that. But what is more also gratifying is a partnership, and I'm glad, that's why I'm glad that PBF is calling us here. We've been highly supported by the private sector, and it's been very heartening. Uslalo, every time in his hunting work in the mineral and energy space, he will always bring support from the private sector to build our schools, and it's been highly invaluable. The NECT, for instance, under Dr. Sizwe Nxalisana, in the past years have mobilized more than R1 billion for us to support us in different activities. But what is even more gratifying is that most businesses, when they choose a partner for their social responsibility, we are the sector of choice, and it has really helped us to move a lot. And yeah, let me not speak about grades, and I'm saying even the reading programs that we have, we've really unpacked what the issues are. And I'm saying issues are structural more than anything. We have very poor foundations for learning. We're learning in a different, we have to sort out questions of language in learning. When we are unpacking the last results, Prof, I was embarrassed to say, when I looked at the apartheid language policy, it was more effective than our language policy, because we changed kids too early to learn in a language which they don't understand. Under apartheid, my age group, we only studied in English when we went to high school, when we had grasped the concepts. And we're moving on to a phase that not only foundation should be taught in African languages, but even the intermediate phase should be taught in African languages so that kids grasp concepts. And also develop really the love and understanding of their languages. And they only start studying in English when they are older. Because our results also reveal that our kids may not be good in languages in the primary school, but as they grow, they become better in your grade 9. But I don't want to say I'm proposing that we go to the apartheid language policy, but something like that, to say kids have to be taught in a language that they understand and that speaks to them, which helps them develop their concepts. And I think, as I say, Chair, I think listening to your panelists, there are very interesting points that came, and I fully agree, especially on the supporting one. You know, I always say, what remains after all the facts have been forgotten? After we have forgotten the dates, we have forgotten the formulas, what remains is what you're saying. The human that remains, the human being. And if we don't put the human being at the center of our development, we're not going to be able to succeed. We have to put the human being at the center so that when facts have been forgotten, formulas have been forgotten, what remains is a patriotic person who's respectful, who's responsible, who can be able to interact with the environment and the human beings, and that I fully agree with her. And I think also in terms of resources, because it is a big challenge. I've been moving around the country and on this program, ANC, and in some instances, teachers, or principal, maybe but let's go to the school, come with us to the school. Then I will say to them, no, but it's a happy birthday. And I know what they did not we happy birthday, ANC, I'll come back on school issues. Because I know there are major problems financially. And there are, I think, benefits that we gain from, on this question of resources, from COVID to say, what are the things we can do differently which will enable us to meet what the challenges are? So I agree with your panelists, and also even the last panelist points are really about being able to communicate correctly, but also being deliberate and intentional about the outcomes that we have, so that as we train or we produce a workforce, agree with him and the president that let's be conscious and deliberate. In closing, Chair, in the school visits I do, I visited a farm school here, and a principal outside Gauteng said to me, hey, Minister, please do something about this young boy. He got high marks in grade 12. He's back picking up cabbages. He says, how do I tell this in class to work as hard as he did if he's not going anywhere? It's very demotivating, I think, for young people. It's very upsetting. And he correctly says it can lead to bitterness because of, I think, the pain of giving it your all and still not be able to really see any way forward. So I fully agree with him. So I continue because I agree with them on all the points they make, and just want to say basic education and basic education. Anything else, that's where it starts and ends. If it's not right there, it won't be right anywhere, anytime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. I'm sure the real moderators want to chase us out of the stage now. So I don't want to offend them any further by overstaying my welcome, but I really am amazed at the manner in which you have articulated the grasp of what is key in basic education, and especially your emphasis on ECD. Because if things go wrong there, if we don't fix things from there, we are not likely to. We'll have no foundation, your example precisely. Is there someone with a burning question? I see that the message there is indirectly saying, get off the stage. But if there is someone with a burning question, it's not often that you have the Minister of Higher Education, the Minister of Basic Education, SAUS, Youth League, and Mhleli Consulting on stage. I'll allow only a burning question or two, if there's any. There's one there. Yeah, please go ahead. I know they don't want us on stage anymore, but we are here.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the panel and PBF Dr. Ramahope and Mrs. Junara for organizing this special event. My name is Tabiso Tebe. I work for the Jobs Fund under GTEC in National Treasury. I also have student accommodation and foundation. One of my board members sitting there with you. Hence why she's so passionate about this human element. So basically what we try to do is to provide financial and non-financial support. So, every time I get a WhatsApp message, we'll have the students looking for, a little bit of money to be able to cover whatever issues that they have. And sometimes they're just looking for mentorships. So ultimately our goal is to really look at not just providing accommodation, but also to provide support for that human element. Because a lot of these NSFAS students are coming from really, bad backgrounds. Like I've got guys, like one of them is a juvenile, recovering obviously, trying to change his life around. And some, don't have parents, etc. And there's a whole lot of issues that we try to deal with. So my question to the panel, first of all to Honorable Dr. Zimande, is if I wanted to put a proposal forward, right, that would, what I believe should help reduce the dropout and hopefully sometime in the future, reduce the length it takes for them to get a job. Because the sooner they get a job, the better your budget will probably be. Hopefully we could do like 10 or 20% of them getting jobs and then being able to pay for the rest of their education after that. How would I go about that? Then the other question is for Honorable Angie Mutsecha. And my question, the burning one around this, is really around history. Have we changed the history subject? Are we still studying about the Holocaust? When I look back, I remember we used to do World War II, around the wars around Germany, etc. And I wondered, do we now have history that teaches our own history? So what happened, what has happened in apartheid, the ANC, for example, is that now going to be a change that you're going to be looking at in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our expulsion from stage has just been communicated to me, but I'll allow the ministers.
Okay. Am I audible? Very quickly, Chair, given the fact that, Prof, you don't have time, I want to combine my answer with the question that was raised earlier by one of the panelists, which actually is what we call in education language post-school a wraparound program for students that we support. There is a lot of wrapping around that we are doing for NSFAS students, by the way. I need to say that right from the word go. We pay for tuition, we pay for student accommodation, we pay for food, we pay for what now are called learning resources, which is books, essentially, and a monthly pocket money. There's always a fight, it's not quite enough, but fine, when we students and NSFAS, we are able to buy a shield for sportsmen. Twice adlula student NSFAS. And little things, ladies that they actually need and so on. There is no program anywhere else in the world that does this. I'm not aware of it, that gives this kind of support. In addition to that, we've got an institution called Higher Health, which does mental wellness. By the way, we have big mental health issues. Prof, you know that as a Vice Chancellor in our universities and colleges. Higher Health has got about 250,000 volunteers in colleges and universities who assist students with mental wellness. We also have got a very comprehensive program to fight against GBV, especially online counseling and call centers. We have that throughout our institutions as a way of supporting. We also have got links with nearby clinics and so on. So that's part for me of a wraparound to reduce the stresses. By the way, the statistics, I don't know SG whether this, our own statistics says 10% of all rape cases in South Africa are in our universities. So it's a huge challenge we do that. But the president has said to me, yes, that's good, but it's not enough. Of course, I said to the president, I need more money, president. He says, okay, let's talk. One thing that I see which is missing there is mentorship, which I think can make a big difference also then to link with the issue that we are saying. Senior students to adopt and mentor junior students, young professionals to adopt TVET college students or university students, to begin to introduce them to real life through that mentorship. That, I think, is something that we can then have a discussion. I'm not saying I've got everything, but we can have a discussion as to say, how do we do that? Because I think that's one thing that is critical, because it facilitates what we call, as I conclude, the biggest challenge we have in South Africa is transition from school, college, university to the workplace. That transition also will be assisted by what we do while students are still studying. I've also been saying, PBF, as employers, let's go back what we used to do in the past, holiday jobs. If it's not an internship, just provide for holiday jobs for matric students and for others, because that in itself is very important also in facilitating this transitioning from school to the workplace. Thank you very much.
Okay. Does it work? Yeah, I think that one will work.
Yeah, I forgot. No, mine won't be long because the Holocaust, I think for me, it's a question about the decolonization and all broader issues around the history. We have a task team that has been doing work for the past 4 years, 3 years, on the rewriting of our curriculum, and they're busy consulting now with experts in the field. As soon as they are ready, we'll be able to go public. And I'm sure the Holocaust and the shock that you are under as a practicing Christian, I am also not sure now about the story of the Philistines and the Israel. So I think we'll sort them there when we talk about the God of the Israelites that we have been socialized in and now in the context. So I think those will be ongoing matters, because I'm equally, as a practicing Christian, in real shock about Bafilisita, Samson Bafilisita, this is the Philistines that they were talking about. But it's a different subject, so we'll deal with it. But we are looking at the decolonization, not only in history, but also in languages. I mean, because of apartheid, we all think, and we still continue to think anything black and African is still inferior. To learn in Sesotho will not make us clever as if Chinese learned or developed through English, whereas they developed in their language. So those are the issues that we have to confront ourselves to say, we have to decolonize everything that still holds us back, right? Be history, be languages, and be cultures, being the value systems that we are producing. So we are working on the decolonization program as the sector.
Then by Shailen his hand. Assam Lifter. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are out of here.
We're under pressure. Thanks.
Evicted. Apparently lunch is ready, but you will announce that. Thank you so much for your kindness.
Let's please give our panelists and our moderator a big round of applause one more time. Thank you all so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of this vigorous discussion right here, which was really quite great with our minister, of course, as well. Now we're going to have that lunch that, of course, he had already also alluded to. So with this, we're going to break for lunch. The lunch itself will be served in the exhibition marquee. And that will, of course, will make sure that we're back here in 30 minutes' time. So a reminder, again, using social media, whether it's X or Instagram, it's at PBF underscore or down dash official or at PBF underscore officially. And on Facebook, it's Progressive Business Forum. So tag us in your posts, in your pictures and so on. And of course, using the hashtag PBF underscore Colloquium 2024, as well as hashtag ANC 112. So lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen, in the marquee. We'll see you there. Ladies and gentlemen, we encourage you to all please take your seat as the program is about to begin. Hey, hello everybody. Welcome back, distinguished guests. I trust that you all have had a chance to refuel and get and recharge as we now progress with the last two sessions that we of course have here. And we of course have our moderators ready, and they're ready with all the incredible conversations that we're going to get to as well. Now, we're going to first welcome our Minister of Transport, Ms. Sindisiwe Lydia Chikunga, to give us her address, and then of course we'll then proceed with the program. So let's give her a big round of applause as he comes to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Program Directors, Dr. Gwen Ramahopa, Treasurer General of the African National Congress, and the Chairperson of the Progressive Business Forum, National Chairperson of the ANC, who's also the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Comrade Gwede Mandashe, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Progressive Business Forum, members, Chancellors, CEOs and captains of the industry, distinguished panelists, facilitators, academia, ladies and gentlemen, leadership of the African National Congress and the alliance partners, as well as fellow South Africans. As we stand on the threshold of 3 decades of democracy in South Africa, it is both an honor and a privilege to be part of this momentous colloquium. I appreciate the work of the chairperson of the Progressive Business Forum, our Treasurer General, Dr. Ramakgopa, and of course, her astute team, for this opportunity to further deepen the discourse that seeks to take our country's economic landscape to greater heights. For over a century, the ANC has played a pivotal role in shaping the destiny of South Africa and has been at the forefront of the struggle for justice, equality, and freedom. As we celebrate this momentous occasion, it is crucial to express our unapologetic indebtedness to the ANC's commitment in upholding the principles of the National Democratic Revolution, as well as the Freedom Charter. Economic transformation, social justice, and political inclusivity have been the driving force behind the ANC's governance agenda. I truly believe that by working hand in hand with people at all levels, civil society, and the private sector, we can build a South Africa that truly reflects the values enshrined in our Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, it can never be denied that the fragility of South Africa's economy lies in the distorted pattern of economic exclusion created by apartheid policies. To correct this anomaly, South Africa needs faster and more inclusive growth. The critical elements to achieve the required economic recovery and the reconstruction include, amongst others, investing in a competitive, soft and hard infrastructure, raising exports, facilitating private investment, reducing regulatory burden on SMMEs, improving skills development, improving the performance of the labor market, and lowering the cost of living for the poor. In the 30 years since the birth of our democracy, our national development trajectory has been and continues to be intricately woven within advancement of the network industries. Research has shown that there is a strong correlation between infrastructure investment and economic growth. And that infrastructure investment is needed to restructure our cities, our villages, so that they are equitable, efficient, sustainable, and fiscally viable. Our country has a relatively good core network of national economic infrastructure. The primary challenge includes lack of on-time maintenance of existing infrastructure, operational inefficiencies, expansion to meet the demands of a growing economy, and inadequate funding and investments. In the realm of transportation, South Africa has invested significantly in modernizing its national roads, rail, and air networks. The expansion and maintenance of road infrastructure, exemplified by the National Development Plan 2030, are essential for efficient connectivity and facilitation of trade, both domestically and internationally. Program directors, roads remain one of our most valuable economic, social, and cultural assets, and thus form part of our heritage. South Africa's total road network is 750,000 kilometers. We are the 11th longest stretch of road in the world, while 159,000 kilometers are paved, which is 21% of the total network, placing South Africa at number 18 in terms of the length of the paved road network in the world. SANRAL currently manages 23,559 kilometers, which is 3.14% of total road network of paved roads, estimated at 2.1 trillion rands. The number of kilometers is expected to increase as provinces have been requested to hand over some of their strategic roads to SANRAL. Roads account for 88% of all freight and 98% of all person trips. But up to 40 and 50% of those roads are in poor to very poor condition, with 79% of the road network as gravel roads in South Africa. During the MTSF of the sixth administration, the Department of Transport undertook major national roads infrastructure projects across the length and breadth of South Africa. The primary aim is to stimulate economic growth and the reconstruction of our road transport infrastructure as a network industry. In the fourth industrial era, technology advancement and innovation must drive our economic future trajectory. To this end, SANRAL has been given a mandate to ensure that all South African national roads become smart roads, which will curtail many illegal activities that have sought to dethrone our world-class national road infrastructure. This project will commence in 2024-2025. The national road concessions are soon to be renewed. We are currently engaged in discussions to ensure maximum local beneficiation in this regard. As part of the transport sector contribution towards infrastructure build that stimulates economic growth and job creation, the Program of Action for the Roads Infrastructure sector includes the implementation of road maintenance, construction, and upgrading projects. In this regard, the activities by the department include implementation of a massive capital works program by SANRAL, the strategic expansion of national road infrastructure through SANRAL taking over of some of the strategic provincial roads, which will lead to their constructions and, of course, maintenance. We also, as the department, provide direct financial assistance to surface paved roads, rehabilitate roads through the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant. Concerning this road management project, the Roads War Room has been established with teams assigned for workflow allocations and to track and trace progress and or facilitate assistance to road authorities. And road authorities will include provinces, will include districts, will include municipalities, and of course SANRAL at the national level. Assisting with key projects, monitoring and oversight, and coordinating intervention support of the following sub-projects, including the adopted road by the private sector, particularly those roads that are damaged by trucks, job creation, as well as skills development. We have successfully and we have succeeded in the establishment of an integrated transport information system in all provinces. The creation of the public pothole mobile reporting app for use by the general public to report a pothole anywhere in the country, and the establishment of a road authority mobile app for road authorities to capture all road incidents and associated information. For this, we're enabled to track and monitor the work that happens elsewhere in the country. Program Director, we have a real problem of potholes in South Africa. Most are recurring on the very same spot year in and year out. As distinguished business leaders, I challenge you to not just reinvent the wheel. Some of you patch the potholes and within a week, they are open again. Working together, we need to investigate and find more permanent solutions that will permanently rid us of this scourge. With your help, the ANC administration will eradicate potholes, and that is our mission and commitment. As a country, we do need an effective funding model for our road infrastructure. There isn't any country in the world that has beautiful road infrastructure, but depending only on the fiscus. That doesn't help at all. And that is why we have to find a solution, a model that will work so that we are able to maintain, to construct, to rehabilitate our road network. And for now, we don't have that proper funding model. Distinguished business leaders, on passenger rail and public transport infrastructure, the ANC government took a bold and ambitious step to inject massive investment in commuter rail in the form of the 123 billion rand rolling stock fleet renewal program. Likewise, a similar investment was made through the introduction of the integrated public transport networks, IPTNs, which many refer to them as bus rapid transport in the country, which is part of the transport sector system integration. Passenger rail modernization and rolling stock projects are well underway. These include train manufacturing that is happening in Gauteng, a company there, the signaling so that we are able to run trains properly, rail corridor recovery, which is already happening, station refurbishment and upgrades, as well as general overhaul of our old metro rail or yellow trains that we have in South Africa. We are overhauling them, and that is a project that is also continuing. At the last Cabinet meeting held in December 2023, Cabinet approved for the Department of Transport to speedily approach the market on the high-speed rail infrastructure project, which will see significant investment into the networks industries while creating employment and fostering economic growth. I strongly urge business leaders to find your niche and, in this regard, partner with us. We've got to see to it that this happens. Program Director, moving freight from road to rail requires an efficient and fully functional freight network and freight rail network that is fully integrated with other modes, cost-effective and efficient in moving large quantities over long distances. To this end, we have identified quite a number of bottlenecks which have caused serious decline on the performance of our national freight logistic pipeline. So we know the diagnosis and we also know the prognosis. In response, we have developed a conducive regulatory environment bolstered by policies, legislations, strategies, and frameworks. Ultimate goal being the establishment of an inclusive, beneficial environment, a highly integrated transport system that enables the logistics value chain to thrive. On the 23rd of March 2023, Cabinet approved the White Paper of National Rail Policy that takes a holistic view of the trajectory of the development of our rail system. This policy not only creates certain but also introduces radical structural reforms in the sector. This is intended to open up space for private sector investment and effective economic regulation that enables equitable access to both primary and secondary rail network. On the 8th of December last year, Cabinet approved the private sector participation framework for implementation as a critical instrument to facilitate the institutional structure of railways within the context of the rail reforms. Ladies and gentlemen, the private sector participation framework is a key lever to guide the collaboration between the major SOEs and private sector companies to deliver new economic infrastructure projects to augment the current level of infrastructure projects. With regard to PSP modalities, the framework introduces third-party access as one of the key levers in driving efficiency and improving rail competitiveness, and introduce concessions to enable private sector investment. His Excellency in 2023 State of the Nation address informed us that we are going to develop a freight logistic roadmap that will translate policy commitment into reality, including the restructuring of Transnet Freight Rail to establish also a separate infrastructure manager and the implementation of an open access regime for the freight rail network. On the 8th of December 2023, Cabinet approved the freight logistic roadmap and the implementation action after an extensive consultation with business, labor, and other stakeholders. Freight logistic roadmap identifies the immediate and underlying structural causes of the continued decline in the performance of South Africa's freight logistics system. The roadmap further outlines a clear path to establish and improve volumes transported on the network in the short term and to reform the logistics systems in the long term. Critical interventions in the immediate will be prioritized to improve rail operational performance. These they include, for instance, on capital investment program over the next 5 years, Transnet envisages spending approximately 122 billion rand on capital investment. For security and safety on the rail network, the South African Police Service will work in collaboration with Transnet Security to safeguard our critical assets. Ladies and gentlemen, the following actions will also be prioritized for the immediate and long-term reform of the rail sector with clear time frames. The priorities include establishment of the infrastructure manager, an equivalent of SANRAL in the road sphere, of AXA in the aviation space, for the freight rail network with a separate board by April 2024 and operating division by September 2025. Development also of an interim network statement and publishing for the comments and finalization by April 2024. The establishment of the Transport Economic Regulator by the Department of Transport by April 2024 upon approval of the Economic TAR of Transport Bill. Implementation of the PSP initiatives by April 2024 by Transnet and of course the Department of Transport in line with the approved PSP framework. Ladies and gentlemen, the interim rail economic regulator capacity is already doing work on slots allocations, setting of tariffs, research and skills required. Until such time that the Transport Economic Regulation Bill is signed into law, the IREC will continue to do the work. South Africa's airports serve as gateways to the world, connecting South Africa to international markets. This connectivity is vital for trade, tourism, and foreign investment. The Department of Transport, through the Presidential Binational Commissions and other departmental diplomatic instruments of cooperation, has actively pursued diplomatic relations across Africa and beyond, promoting economic growth and social cohesion through diplomacy and trade. In this endeavor, we are expecting our state-owned companies, especially in the aviation sector, that is AXA, Air Traffic Navigation Services, and South African Civil Aviation Authority, to significantly improve in their financial performance due to agreements signed in 2023 with both DRC and Namibia. The 3 aviation entities have concluded commercial agreements with their counterparts in the DRC on various aviation-related business opportunities. I think I have to conclude maybe by saying that we are aware of the rerouting of ships from the Suez Canal to the Cape Route. And as the department, we are ensuring that we benefit from such traffic, because 2 things happen. One, with the rerouting of traffic, there is increase in risk, but also increase in opportunities. We are interacting with our counterparts to ensure that the ship-to-ship bunkering happens, and we are discussing with SARS to ensure that whatever challenges that are there with regards to taxing and everything else get resolved as quickly as possible so that we can actually benefit from that. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, and for that insightful educational talk. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. We are running against time. So I'd like for all the panelists and all the speakers that come up on stage, please can you minimize the speeches? We would really appreciate that. Now we'll be moving to our second session soon. But before we pass on the reins to the moderations and all the moderators, we'd like to welcome the Minister of Minerals and Resources and Energy, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, to deliver his address. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Program Directors. I was supposed to have a moderator. I don't know if I have. Let me respect the leadership of the church for allowing us to use the venue today. Our host, Treasurer General, Dr. Gwen Ramokgopa, ministers, deputy ministers, premiers, emissaries, mayors and councillors, members of the Progressive Business Forum, and leaders of business in general, members of the NEC present here, members of the PEC present here, leaders of our leagues, leaders of the alliance partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start off by expressing our gratitude to PBF for the opportunity to engage with you today. Unfortunately, we can't engage. Time is against us. Mining is number last in the queue of many speakers. Mamna lethu yazi mosokon complain ukuthi one thing apha kwe-ANC is that mining, one, is not known, two, is not appreciated, half the time is managed by emotions and feelings. I will just highlight few things to save time. One of the most important things this week is that we're engaging everybody, celebrating 112 years of the ANC. Will go to Mbombela Stadium on Saturday to celebrate 112 years of the ANC. Now, let me take this opportunity to thank you for joining us here. We need a follow-up, Sis Gwen. We need a follow-up on this session, including mining, because we need to have a free discussion and debate on mining so that there's depth of understanding. And I'm asked to talk about minerals of the future. Now, my starting point is that we can't talk about minerals of the future without doing a detailed analysis of the mineral energy complex of the economy. That's where they are located. They are not isolated as minerals of the future. They are mining and energy complex of the economy. And they must be located there all the time. And that is quite important because when we focus on minerals of the future, the subject is quite involved in such that it only looks into few minerals. I will give you a list of them. What do we regard as minerals of the future? One is platinum. Platinum is platinum group metals. It means platinum, rhodium, palladium as a cluster of minerals. It talks to manganese. It talks to vanadium. It talks to nickel, copper, rare earth minerals. I've added two minerals of the future, Sis Gwen. One is uranium. I'm adding uranium because nuclear is going to play a more significant role in energy generation. And therefore, the significance of uranium as a mineral is going to go up the ladder. The second one is coal. Coal. Many, I think, have a view that coal is going to disappear, it's a dirty product. My own view is that there are quite a number of byproducts of coal that will be used if we do research properly in South Africa. And therefore, all these minerals talk to a situation in South Africa where mining was always seen as gold mining, and everything was ignored. In 2009, we conducted a research on the decline of gold mining, detailed research. And if you go to that research, it tells you that having mined gold for the last 130 years is beginning to decline at an accelerated pace and is found in deep levels. So that decline of gold mining, many people always predicted that mining will disappear. And we actually coined a slogan that mining is not a sunset industry, but a sunrise industry. And the reason for that is that other mineral groups were ascending to take over the central stage of mining. So mining is not gold mining, it is mining in its entirety. It can still grow further. What is important about minerals of the future is that developed economies have applied their minds to critical minerals and isolated them from the rest of minerals. If you take the UK, for example, it defines critical minerals as minerals with high economic vulnerability and a high global supply risk. That's how they define them. Australia, on the other hand, defines critical minerals as minerals that are essential for energy, transport, aerospace, defense, medical, automotive, and telecommunication sectors. You can go on, you can go to the US, you can go to Canada. All the developed countries have defined critical minerals in their own way. Our view as a department is that, and we submitted it in many international platforms, is that we cannot allow critical minerals to be defined in terms of who use them. We must define them about who have them. It is us who must define what critical minerals are. Because if we do that, we're a long way to that, particularly as a continent, because the continent is vulnerable to what sociologists normally define as race to the bottom. Sometimes we compete to decline and almost throw away the value of what we have because we're competing for space, we cut tax, we cut this, so that people must come to us and don't go to next door. Until we reconcile our own approach as a continent, we're going to battle to sustain minerals of the future to add value to the countries of origin. So that is what is a pressure on us, and I think companies in Africa in the space of minerals must be part of that definition of critical minerals and how they are used. And therefore critical minerals must be all-inclusive and consider the national and continental needs and global trends. Now, it talks to us moving away from pit to pot approach to minerals. Where you mine them, you put them on a rail line, you take them to Saldanha, you take them to Richards Bay and export them in raw forms. That pit to pot add minimum value to actual minerals, and therefore we should begin to talk about critical minerals and talk about value addition and value development that must accrue to countries of origin. And we're developing a strategy in this regard. We'll take it to the mining in Daba next month. Because when you say February, it sounds it's very far. Next month, beginning of next month, we'll take the strategy to the mining in Daba so that this debate must continue and continue to be sustained and have momentum. Therefore, one is that beneficiation must be at source and locally. And therefore, not allow what were happening. For example, I'm sure you see that chrome gets loaded, half of it gets stolen, is taken to Mozambican ports and sent to China without quantifying it. And I think that is what should change if we want to add optimal value. Access to reliable and affordable energy is the main driver of beneficiation, because these critical minerals are minerals that will add value to greening the economy. And therefore, we must link mining to energy development. The government has introduced a number of reforms to help this. I'm not going to get into details, but the most important thing is that when we introduced deregulation of embedded generation, where we said, embedded generation, you don't need a license, just get it and sell your energy. We were triggering interest in energy generation. Many of the mining companies are generating their supplementary energy, and that is important. You would have noticed that over a week ago, we gazetted for public content a reviewed country blueprint policy of electrification, the IRP, Integrated Resource Plan. We've gazetted it. Please do comment. Please do add value. Don't just be critical. Give us comments that add value to the debate. If you don't give us value to the debate, it's not worth commenting. I've read somebody who is very close to us just saying this must be dismissed and so forth. The reality of the matter is, you are not going to have a single technology rescuing our energy system. Multi-pathways in the energy will be the rescue. So when we talk of just energy transition, we talk of multi-pathway to the energy. I'm not going to get into details on that, but that IRP is in two horizons, horizon to 2030 and horizon to 2050. Please do comment, add value, read it. But the most important question that we must engage is, what is the future of coal? And what is the future of fossil fuels? I'm posing this question because in COP28, there was a drive by developed economies to come with a phase out of fossil fuels and coal. They didn't succeed because developing economies said, we are heavily dependent on coal and fossil fuels. We can't phase out. It must be phased out. If it is phased out, it must be qualified by first in, first out. So countries that use fossil fuel and coal to develop must be the first to phase out. Allow us to develop, grow. That's why in our situation, in addition to all these minerals that I listed, it is going to be important for us to make breakthroughs in oil and gas. If we can make breakthroughs in oil and gas, I can tell you, SG, our growth, GDP growth, will be between 5 and 8%. We have seen how breakthrough in oil exploration in Namibia changed its outlook and totally changed its GDP, totally. And here, we are resisting it. We don't want to get into those because they are fossil fuels, but developed economies do use fossil fuels, continue to do, and we cannot touch it. And if we do that, we'll grow. I would speak about this for the whole day, Mrs. Gwen, but for the sake of time, let me stop there and say we need a follow-up where we can discuss the mineral energy complex in detail. We need to understand it in South Africa because it is a very important economic sector of the economy. When we have COVID-19, who saved the fiscus? Mining. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Minister Gwede Mantashe, and thank you also for just helping us out with the time right there. I know that there is so much to cover and so little time to do it in. Let's just give him a big round of applause as he takes his seat one more time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to move into our second moderating session, which focuses on infrastructure for network industries. And this is now going to be a special focus on transport, energy, waste, and sanitation, and connectivity as well. We have Mr. Charles Morolo moderating this session. Mr. Morolo is Mpumalanga's HOD in the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. Sir, we hand over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me observe protocol and greet all my political principals present in this session, and special gratitude goes to the chairperson of the PBF, who is the Treasurer General of the African National Congress, Madam Gwen Ramokopa. We are going to have a very table-charged session, given the time constraints. I'm going to take this opportunity to invite my panelists, starting with the CEO of SANRAL, Mr. Reginald Damana, who holds a master's degree in mining engineering. Before joining SANRAL, he has been with the IDC as the divisional executive. He also was the CEO of a JSE-listed company. You'll take your seat there, number 2. The second seat there, Mr. Damana. He also held various positions in Nedbank Capital. The second panelist that I'm going to invite to the podium is Advocate Priya Hassan, who is the founder and chief executive of Women of Africa Fuels and Oil. She holds a LLB degree. She also attended a number of executive programs at GIPS in South Africa and abroad. She serves in a number of boards. The third panelist is Mr. Chucheka Muhlongo. Mr. Chucheka Muhlongo is the head of local government support with the Development Bank of South Africa. He has been there as a GM for infrastructure finance. He has also been a director or divisional executive rather at the DBSA. He was also director planning at the CTO Joburg. Before that, he was the CEO of Sarga. These are the 3 panelists that we have who will be sharing their insights and information and knowledge with us this afternoon. And perhaps by way of kicking off, I'm going to request all of them, starting with the CEO of SANRAL, to give us a brief 3 minutes overview of the organization that he represents and the priorities, but also to reflect on the inputs that have been made by the Honorable Minister of Transport. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Program Director. All protocols observed in the interest of time. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Reginald Damana. I'm the CEO of SANRAL, as indicated. At SANRAL, we are the agency of the Department of Transport. Our Minister of Transport has spoken. She's the shareholder. We report to her. We are responsible for managing the national road system. The Minister covered a number of salient features around the footprint of roads in South Africa. We have a saying that in transport, really, our entities are responsible for carrying the economy literally. We are the heartbeat of the economy. When you see log jams, when you see goods not moving, it is because something is not happening within our agencies. So our commitment and mission is to move the economy. Within SANRAL, we manage, as the Minister said, just under 3% of the national road network. But the importance of that 3% is that it carries 40% of annual vehicle kilometers that are traveled in South Africa. So 3 carries 40% of all vehicle kilometers, 40%. But it also carries for all long distance freight. So this is now your trucks, just about 70%. If you then add province as well as local municipality network, you're now increasing roads to carrying 90% of freight. Ideally, we should be getting that down to just about 50-50 with rail, maybe slightly more, but that's of course the work that we want to work towards to reduce the dependency on roads for freight. But another factor just one needs to point out is that whilst generally the conditions of the road is that between poor and very poor condition nationally, that is across the country, you're talking 40 to 50%. At central level, the same statistic is 10 to 12%, which is internationally accepted level of poor to very poor conditions. So we're doing well nationally. The challenge is, how do we then take the very same excellence down to local and provincial levels? And it is not for lack of investment. I think there's been a lot of investment, but are we getting value for money over the last number of years? And I think that's what the minister is grappling with, to try and drive excellence within all spheres of government. For Central, over the last 5 years, we spent 44 billion rand on projects creating 40,000 full-time equivalent jobs. That's about that's just about 8,000. Now, that is despite the fact that we also suffered a number of delays as a result of COVID, floods, unrest, and many other policy challenges. Having said that, we realize that we need to now accelerate the momentum. The minister mentioned the requirement to drive massive infrastructure investment in roads across the country. In this regard, we're spending 40 billion rand on the N2, N3 upgrade in KZN. Those who travel regularly to KZN will know that along the N3, all the way from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, it is a construction site. In Durban, where the N2 and N3 meet, EB Klute is probably the single biggest project at the EB Klute upgrade for 5 billion. Single investment in one interchange. That's probably one of the busiest interchanges in South Africa at any given point in time. So we're reducing congestion, we're facilitating mobility, as well as improved safety across that key network, because it is a key corridor that takes us to Durban. Durban Port is the single biggest investment in infrastructure in South Africa, the most important port in sub-Saharan Africa, probably the second, maybe first, second largest. So we need to keep it going, we need to keep it competitive, which is why we are opening the routes that supply that area. In addition, we're spending some 12 billion rand as well. If you move from towards Durban South, we're spending a further 20 billion rand to move N2 from the Wild Coast through Eastern Cape. There's going to be a new greenfield road, including our two major iconic bridges, Mtentu Bridge as well as Msikava. But of course, that is not the only area we're spending. If we come to Mpumalanga here, the N2 has been a massive pain point from Emelo to KZN border. We with the minister really pressing that we need to urgently address issues along that road. We will be investing around 12 billion in about 4 or 5 projects. We've instructed our teams to have all the packages advertised and awarded within the 2024 calendar year to really improve that road from a single lane in each direction to a minimum of 2 lanes with a median concrete barrier in between. So that will facilitate movement down that area. But of course, other areas in Mpumalanga, Limpopo and Gauteng is the Mulato Road. That's also funded to the tune of 12 billion. We are moving fast. We have instructed our teams that Limpopo and Mpumalanga packages must all be awarded this year. And we will only be left with certain packages in Gauteng, because Gauteng came a bit late in certain areas resolving land. And I think I need to also mention N1 to Limpopo, N1 North from Kranskop. Those who know the road will know that it is not separated traffic. It causes a lot of head-on injury, collisions, people making U-turns and all of that. We want to separate traffic. We want to have a grass barrier all the way from Kranskop to at least Polokwane. Again, those projects, we want to get them into the market this year with advertised tenders and some of the others. So those are some of the flagship projects. Needless to say, we want to continue to push transformation so that the benefits flow through to SMEs and local communities. It is a challenged area, but we believe that we have a lot of value to add and a lot of jobs that we can create as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Priya?
Thank you.
As you give your overview, may you also give some reflections on what the Minister Mantashe has said? I'm not putting you on the spot.
I think he's deliberately doing this. But anyway, I speak with many hats. I speak as an entrepreneur in this country who has fought very hard to see stability in the energy sector, and we have succeeded on a large scale. I speak as the head of a road freight association in South Africa that has been battling with the logistical constraints and the challenges that in terms of securitization on the N3. I speak as an entrepreneur who invests in our youth. I'm the part of the SATN entrepreneurship program, so we work very closely with all the TVET colleges in this country on innovation and entrepreneurship. I speak as a woman that is still sitting at the bottom of the table and not leading. And it is my role to ensure that more women transition into the energy space unapologetically. But I also speak at S&P Platts Global, understanding the energy transition trends and seeing what we need as South Africa. Let me say minister's right twofold. One is we cannot kill coal off in this country. If we do, it's going to be a sudden death. The rest of the world is intent on telling us that the just energy transition requires us killing of coal, yet they consume that very same coal they want us to kill off. I agree that beneficiation has to happen, but it ought to happen in a way in which we still sustain the jobs that are employed in the supply chain management of movement of that coal and distribution, be it within the port environment and be it on the road as well as rail. I agree with the fact that we need to look at lithium, with uranium, but I also think that we're missing out on the potential of lithium. I think that we are not working as hard as we could with our partners in surrounding countries that are landlocked. We are averting the opportunities that exist in the logistics sector. Infrastructure investment starts with the ports in this country, and they're come under a lot of fire. We must stop criticizing, halt the criticism, do something if you want, change it if you can. If you can't, then stand back and let business leaders like us do so. We put our money where the mouth is daily. We take risks, we move cargo, and we're efficient at doing so. As logistics parties, we want to invest in our road network. We're happy to invest and stand back and let that investment grow. But in order to do so, we need a seat at the table on the logistics platforms. Organizations like Progressive Business Forum has given us the platform to at least verbalize what it is we need. But now it's up to a great implementation team to let us do it. And yes, I'm saying we can, if we're allowed to do so. Upstream, I agree with Minister. We cannot move away from refining our own product. We're required to invest in our own infrastructure. The state-owned enterprises like Central Energy, which I served for some time, is coming under fire for wanting to invest in that infrastructure. Do you realize what will happen if we don't? Do you know the number of people that will be on the streets if we don't? Do you realize we are not an OPEC country? We need to take control of investments, and the way to do so is to start with infrastructure. We will not shift away from bulk liquid fuels. Contrary to what renewables may tell you, it will come on stream, but it comes at a price. Are we able to meet that price just yet? I think not. That means bulk fuels will move at 108 million barrels currently per day. That's a magnificent number. As South Africa, you can play your part. You have coal, which can be converted to bulk fuel. Allow them to do so. I want to also say that our pipeline needs support. Transnet is doing their best. Let's try and support the securitization of that pipeline. Let's try and ensure that we push as much product as we can that's coming through the ports. I disagree that we're taking up the opportunity with regards to the vessels that are now being rerouted into Cape as a result of the Yemen war. I think we should be taking advantage of that and having a bunkering facility. I think downstream, we need greater distribution centers. And again, entrepreneurs like us will put our money there. Thank you.
No. Thank you very much. Mr. Chucheka Mkongo, what is the role of the DBSA? I know you fund infrastructure. Why don't you fund aeroplanes, helicopters, sports cars, motorbikes? Why infrastructure?
Okay. Thank you, Moderator Moral. Suffices that I give a bit of context, who we are and what do we do, and what spaces we cover. So, for those who may not know, the DBSA is one of the development finance institutions established by the state as the sole shareholder. Our focus is on infrastructure as a tool to stimulate economic development. I want to share with you a few observations, especially in lieu of the time that we don't have. The foreign exchange volatility requires that we fund our infrastructure using local currencies. There is a bit of shortage of capital, both at cost and scale. We can't say the same about the DBSA in its current position. As I will share, what we don't have is projects that are ready to be funded. Minister, this is no contradiction. It's not always that that we don't have the money to fund infrastructure. We just don't have the right and the prepared projects to be funded. Looks like capital is available. The additional observations that we have from the bank side is currently we're experiencing the far-reaching implications of neglect of infrastructure maintenance. And this is coming to haunt us. And it's a space we don't seem to be doing enough. But second observation is that the infrastructure development system in the country is characterized by disaggregation. By this I mean there are many uncoordinated players at all levels. That does have an impact on the speed and efficiency with which infrastructure can be delivered. The gross fixed capital formation growth levels at 14% does not place us well with our peers who on average are seemingly playing at about 25%. 70% of the projects that we interact with from the bank side are not prepared and are not ready for implementation. And how have we responded as the bank? Our response has been to position ourselves to assist the state in ensuring that we develop a project preparation facilities to enable projects to move as quick as possible. In the last 10 years, we have in the subnational government level put in about 70 billion rands. The majority of that money has gone towards that which is our topic today. That's in energy, it's in transport, it's also in water and sanitation at the subnational level. The majority of that money has obviously gone into the metro space, with the BRTs at the transport level, roads, and some bridges having been the major beneficiaries. We have also positioned ourselves to ensure that we are aligned with the shareholder programs. And we do get concerned about shareholder policy alignment and shareholder policy certainty to enable infrastructure to be rolled out at the speed it's required to be done. But let me share with you at the transport level what we have done, because transport does seem to be the main issue, with Sanral sitting in front of us through the minister and the CEO. So in the last 5 years, we have deployed about slightly over 15 billion rands in the transport and logistics systems for goods through Transnet, as well as the public via BRTs and Gautrain. We still remain committed to respond to some of the priorities that the minister has outlined, especially and in the spaces that relate to the construction of the roads, the rail, the bridges, the airways, the ports, the harbors, et cetera, et cetera. But we're also in the energy sector, have put a lot of investment in that space. The DBSA has and will continue to support the development and funding of the various technologies, the energy generation, transmission, and distribution as a leading development finance institution. Our work also includes the implementation and management of the energy programs, including what has come to be regarded as the Renewable Independent Energy Power Producers, the RAPE, the climate finance facilities, the embedded generation the programs, et cetera, et cetera. And so in brief, with the time that it's available to ourselves, we remain committed to supporting government in the rollout of the infrastructure. In response to your question, why are we doing infrastructure? And in particular, why not aeroplanes, et cetera, et cetera? We need infrastructure, and the minister has captured it very well, that all research has indicated that infrastructure is the biggest stimulator of economic development. But it also connects, integrates places, people. We need infrastructure to move goods and people. We need infrastructure, by the way, to stimulate local, national, and regional economies. And so the case for why infrastructure is made and is no longer a debate. I think how we do it could be a debate. And what options do we take to finance infrastructure could be a conversation. But there are other financing options that are readily available, tested, and can be utilized by government. And we are using some of them to assist government to roll out infrastructure development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Priya, I'm going to ask you final questions. I see we don't have enough time. But Priya, in terms of the Lubombo border post, you have 20, 30 kilometers of trucks queuing to jump the border. At Richards Bay, you have got trucks that are parked there for 2, 3, 4 days in order to access the port. In terms of cross-border trade, some of the inland countries like Botswana, they are constructing a railway line to access Namibia and reduce their reliance on South African transport and logistics infrastructure because of its state of disrepair and inefficiencies. You've got some of the automotive companies in the country giving signals that they will be relocating to other countries. Why? Because there's a gridlock in terms of our logistics. So what went wrong? And what do you think needs to be done in order to improve our operational efficiencies as far as transport and logistics are concerned?
So let's look at this from a full supply chain management scenario. You're quite right, the landlocked countries are hugely dependent on us, and the truck queues, they're phenomenal. But it involves a multifaceted approach. So firstly, let's talk about our paperwork. I think we need to go more digital. It's a huge problem with the transporter side in terms of moving cargo from point A to B, because everything is still based on hard, tight paper, especially with our receiver revenue. It's problematic. Secondly, we need to have more control on our road infrastructure. I do understand that we need to separate and prioritize certain cargo, whether it's FMCG, whether it's fuels. I mean, I'm going to kid you not. Fuels should be taking a priority. It's what churns and moves wheels in this country, yet it is not. It should be prioritized when it's moving in and over border. I think that we can play our part in terms of also engaging with the truckers and transporters. They have a problem in terms of changing of drivers. There's no facilities, there's no infrastructure, there's no proper food, healthcare is a problem. And generally, they are not secure on their routing. They have probably the worst life you've ever seen. And if you had to step into the shoes of a transporter, be it road or rail, you would often find that they are so passionate about what they do, but we kill off that passion by not giving them an ear. So I think that we need to take to the ground. If we do, we'd be able to understand, not just talk about and write about what are the factors influencing this congestion, but we'd actually be able to resolve them. And that requires people like us, business people, to sit there and give you the solutions. Unfortunately, this is not an academic thing. It is a real life situation to which we have answers to. And I was teasing you earlier about why can't you give us priority in terms of our road network for few. And the question was real. On the M3, we have such big congestion, and the inland team cannot move without fuel. The inland team cannot move, and the product is actually the cheapest coming off coastal. So you want to save the consumer money, but we can't do much because of issues like congestion. So I'm saying, yes, there's a lot of solutions, but it requires all our counterparts to come together.
Thank you very much. CEO, 21% of our roads are paved nationally. Less than 10% of the roads are paved in the Eastern Cape. 40% of the roads are paved in Mpumalanga. So you've got varieties in the same country in terms of the condition of the road network. Do we perhaps have a roads infrastructure master plan as a country that is long-term, that tells us what to do in future, which is not dependent on electoral cycles, but based on developmental approach? I'm saying this because I'm still trying to battle with something that fatigued me intellectually, historically, that we build a lot of stadiums for a 30-day event with a lot of efficiency and very quickly and spend billions. And most of those stadiums are now lying idle, as opposed to building a lot of colleges and universities, as we heard earlier, the ministers of education being here articulating those things. So, do we have a master plan for infrastructure that takes us into the long term?
Yeah, maybe 4 things on that. One is we have 2 policies that are in sort of processing for gazetting. One is the National Roads Plan to 2030. This will then outline the major focus areas as well as roads where we want to go in the next 10, I will imagine it will now be sort of 2035 and so. But before we even get to that, as Sandra, we are already looking at our budgets and plans in terms of strengthening the major economic arteries, your N4, your N3, your N2, your N1, as well as some of the most important feeder routes that get to that, and as well as alternative routes to alleviate congestion on the main national road. So that is coming. It is in the process of being prepared for gazetting. So that's the National Roads Plan. The minister also spoke about funding. There is a national roads funding, not national road, but roads funding policy. I think we have just finalized comments from National Treasury. That will also be going through to cabinet, and then it will be gazetted. So those 2 talk to each other around where do we want to take roads to, and how do we want to address the backlog. Because the backlog could be as high as 200 billion across the country to fix roads, to upgrade them and all of that. So that's the first thing that's coming. I think on funding, one of the things that we think, you may find that it becomes easier to talk about tolling if provinces and municipalities are also allowed to develop toll roads in their areas, because then it is not central, it is not the minister alone, but even local authorities might have a conversation with their own communities.
Okay.
But maybe just the last one in your questions was, of course, we can't pave all the roads to the same standards. It's expensive. It takes about 10 million rand per kilometer to pave and all of that. So we're also developing nanotechnology, which will cost 50 to 60% cheaper. There are already a number of projects, pilot projects that are being done across the country, but it's something we are developing further. Nanotechnology is going to be a focus area for this year, and you will see more projects being rolled out in that regard.
1 minute left. Chucheka, what are the alternative funding mechanisms for road infrastructure in particular? Do we have new kind of approaches? In 1 minute.
Okay. I think what has become clear in the country is that the nature of the problem, and the problem being poverty occasioned by absence and lack and inadequate infrastructure, suggests that the speed with which infrastructure needs to be rolled out is yesterday. If an opportunity is made available to do today what we should be doing in the next 10 years, we should do it. And that's why I think in his absence, I would wish to appreciate the fact that the Minister of Finance has put into the Division of Revenue Act the opportunity to government and government departments across all spheres of government to take advantage of benefiting the future today. Yeah. In other words, use the grants that are going to be made available in the future today. Build bridges, build roads, build schools, build clinics, build houses today. And so we make that an option and have done so in the Northern Cape. The 1 billion that is going to be implemented. It has been a privilege for the Development Bank to be involved in, and are currently involved with the Eastern Cape on the same program. And we think that that's bringing the future today.
Yeah. Thank you very much to the panelists. Unfortunately, we have been harassed in terms of time, and I think we did not be able to do justice to the subject. We were advised to go out this way.
Let's give our big panelists a big round of applause one more time. Thank you all so very much. Now, they really shared some really insightful content right there, and I'm actually very impressed with all of them. And particularly what stood out for me was the work happening in the Eastern Cape. So Sandral's doing some groundbreaking things right there. Did you know about some of the really big things happening in the Eastern Cape thanks to Sandral? Let me just tell you a few of them, right? So first up, I want to tell you about Project Mtentu Bridge. So the CEO of Sandral also highlighted a little bit about what's going on there. But did you know that Mtentu Bridge, right, will be the highest bridge in Africa and one of the longest spanned balanced cantilever bridges in the world? It is expected to create about 1,080 jobs, and of course about 141 million rand has been reserved for local labor. So that's just one of them. That's just Mtentu. And then CEO also mentioned another bridge, which is the Msikaba Bridge. Now that one particularly also has something amazing as well. Let me just tell you about that. So the Msikaba Bridge will cross 195-meter deep gorge, right? And this is right there, of course, in Msikaba River Gorge. And that is about 580 meters, becoming the highest single-span cable-stayed bridge in South Africa, and will also be the second longest main span in Africa. Guys, I think we need to give Sandral a big round of applause. We are putting South Africa on the global map. So thank you, and thank you, Minister, as well. It is your leadership, of course, that really enables these type of things as well. Really good.
Thank you, Eza. I believe despite all the challenges that we have and all the challenges that we hear about in the media, government is really doing a great job on others. And we need to commend where we see good job being done, we need to commend the people that do that. So thank you very much for that. I'd like to remind you that social media, please remember to like, share, and post, right? We've got X, Instagram. You need to use the, what do you call that? The hashtag. Hashtag PBF _colloquium 24, hashtag ANC 112.
Yeah, and make sure that you use the down dash, ne? That underscore, that at PBF. Yeah, that one. Yeah, just use that one. Make sure that, of course, we do see your comments right there as well. So now we're going to go over into session 3. So this one right here, we're going to be talking about the minerals of the future. This is actually quite important because we have to think about beneficiation, and none other than Mr. Gregory Mufokeng is actually going to lead us in this particular one. Mr. Gregory Mufokeng is Deputy President of the Black Business Council, and we are very, very glad that he could join us here today. Sir Mufokeng, you can take it away.
Thank you very much to our program directors. Colleagues, we are running out of time very fast. We are told that by 4 o'clock we need to be out of here because the bomb squad is coming to sweep, so we are going to get straight into it. Part of my panel this afternoon, colleagues, is made up of Muhlompehi Mashudu Ramano, who's the CEO of the Sustainable Ethical Solutions Holdings, Hosi Pilane, who's our traditional leader as part of the panel, as well as Muhlompehi Beki Kumalo, who's the CEO of Muelase Open Cast Mining Services. A few very interesting facts about our mining industry is that our country's mineral reserves are amongst the most valuable in the world. We have the world's largest reserves of PGMs and manganese. Our mining industry is the 5th largest globally in terms of its contribution to our GDP. And the sector's contribution to the GDP in 2022 stood at 7.53% of the GDP. It employed 475,000 people, and it paid about 175 billion rands to the employees in this sector. And in the first half of 2023, our mining sector contributed 60% to the country's exports. And of course, it is a significant contributor to the gross fixed capital formation through the various investments that the sector makes as far as the economy is concerned. Colleagues, we are here to talk about the beneficiations of our minerals. And in the interest of time, I'm going to hand over to Muhlompehi Mashudu Ramano for his 5 minutes presentation. Muhlompehi Ramano, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and all protocol observed. I am showing you here a Samsung phone. This is a Samsung cell phone. Now, if I were to ask you how many minerals that have been put together to produce this phone that comes from Africa, some of which that come from South Africa, it's probably most of the minerals. And your phones, also the same. So the interesting part is South Korea does not have mineral endowments like Africa has, but they have been able to develop their people to take the minerals from all over the world and produce some of the most sophisticated products in the world. That is beneficiation. And on your table are glasses, are gadgets, are sweets. All of those sweets are made, all of those products that you use are made out of the natural endowments that each and every country has. And the natural endowment that each and every country has is called the periodic table of the elements. So if you want to know what economics is palladium, economics is gold, economics is chrome, economics is hydrogen. don't forget hydrogen, because it's also part of the economy. I think we have a jaundiced view that when we talk about the natural endowments of a country, we only think of those that it has been endowed in terms of what is called mineral contents. But there are many more that can be beneficiated. And countries that teach their youth, that teach their people to work with the fundamental elements of nature, grow their economies. Countries like us in Africa, like us in South Africa, that don't teach our children to manipulate these elements, we don't develop our economy. I just wanted to show you a practical example of what we mean by beneficiation with a 2-minute video that highlights what we want to start doing in South Africa with some of the mineral endowments that we have. And we are doing that in the energy space, and courtesy of the Department of Trade and Industry, courtesy of the IDC, courtesy of Mfuleni municipality, and the Gauteng GGDA, who are my partners. If you can just flight that 2-minute video.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That's the wonderful work that Ndade Ramano and his company are doing in partnership with government down in the Vaal. Let me, at this point, colleagues, bring on board Jose Pilani for us to hear the story around how do we beneficiate our mineral wealth, Jose, and to ensure that it benefits our people at large.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think in the interest of time, I think the Minister has already indicated that this session would really need to be given a proper timing so that we can elaborate. But I would like to give an example of our experience, because I come from the area of mining in Rustenburg, Pilanesberg. Just a short story. That will be my presentation. Anglo Platinum used to mine in our area, and they had a hospital, they had schools within their own areas, which they did not allow the local communities to use those facilities. Now, from that point of view, I'm already saying we can have health facilities which is done by the mining companies and shared. Because unfortunately, previously mining companies used to do their own centers exclusive, even if there were villages about 2 kilometers away from there, or even 500, just because it was an enclosed area. People did not have that access to those services. So for me, that's the short story I'm giving, which says there can be more other benefits that could be created by the existence of the mining. For instance, water. Mining companies, before they start doing any mining, they need to have water, they need to have electricity, they need to have roads. All these can be shared with the communities as a catalytic activities for those communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose. Ntungwa, you are a player in the industry. Kindly share with us your experience as far as beneficiation is concerned, but most importantly, the participation of black people in this sector.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, I may not be able to share quite a lot, but it's very interesting to understand that from a South African context point of view, beneficiation is not something that is new. I think if you really look back at the history of South Africa, realize that during those times when there was a lot of inability to import some of the products, we were able to actually convert some of the mining products into useful products in terms of coal to liquids. We were able to beneficiate some of them into glass. We were able to beneficiate some of them into steel and so forth. But I think what I want to touch on today more specifically is that we're speaking of minerals of the future. We're talking about those minerals, but what's important for us is that we need to go back to basics. One of the key basics in terms of being able to unlock the future of minerals beneficiation in South Africa is to understand where those minerals are located. How do we get to understand the location of the minerals? Is through more exploration that we need to do as a country. One of the things that we're seeing as mining people in the mining industry is that we're not investing enough in terms of going back to certain areas and actually explore and understand what lies beneath the surface. Does it have value? Can we unlock it? My view is that before you can even talk about beneficiating it, first you need to find it. You need to know whether it's sitting in a in an area where you can actually economically mine it. You need to understand what other enablers do you need in that particular area to be able to mine it. And just to add on that, one of the key issues that we need to look at in terms of unlocking the potential for minerals is that minerals is one of those areas where we are competing with agriculture, competing with other industries for space as mining. When you look at the size of the land that you need to actually start your mine, it's quite a significant portion of the land. So we need to find ways in which you can unlock land access, particularly for mining, and have certain areas where once you know that there's a lot of economic value, don't allow that land to be developed for other purposes, but only isolate the land for mining. I think that's just what I can add at this stage for now.
Thank you very much, Mtungwa. Colleagues, as Jose has said, I think there's a lot to be said about mineral beneficiation in our economy. And I think the minister has already requested the PBF to have a follow-up session so that we can have a much more expansive discussion and go deeper in terms of what needs to be done to ensure that we have a thriving mining sector that also has a thriving sector as far as beneficiation is concerned. When one looks at the policy and regulatory framework, there are a lot of policies that are already in place to enable beneficiation, i.e. minerals and mining policy for South Africa, MPRDA, Mining Charter, Precious Metals Act, Diamond Amendment Act, and so on. We have to afford ourselves sufficient time to really unpack all of these pieces of legislation and then to see what next steps must be taken to ensure that we have a thriving beneficiation sector as far as our economy is concerned. Colleagues, we are being harassed for time. So I'm going to ask each or one of my panelists just 1 minute for their concluding remarks. Mhlompe Ramano?
I think what I wanted to convey, which I have not been able to do properly today, is that beneficiation is the result of productive capability in the people. So if we want to beneficiate, we must prepare our youth to play around with the natural endowments. Natural endowments are much more larger than the minerals that we have.
José
Yeah, I think we are not doing good with timing. And my take would be there's a lot that we could talk about beneficiation. And I'm mostly focusing on the rural communities because that's where all these minerals we're talking about are coming from. And unfortunately, is one of the neglected areas, which for me, I think it gives even an opportunity for those people to participate fully, like you can do industrialization for procurement and all those other things. But as I said, we don't have really much time, and to do proper justice to this, we'll have to make another time to and thank you.
My parting shot is that I think if you think about the future and what we want to really benefit from our minerals is that when we think of mining, when we think of our mineral wealth, we shouldn't isolate mining from manufacturing. I think every particular prospecting or mining right that's being issued, it should have that in mind, that what is the ultimate goal? Is it just to sell raw minerals, or is it to actually beneficiate and have downstream benefits, as been mentioned earlier?
Thank you very much, Mtungwa. Colleagues, mineral beneficiation is absolutely critical for the reindustrialization of our economy, for job creation, for economic inclusivity, as well as transformation of our economy. And with that, can you please give my panel a round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Let's give them a big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Wow. And that, of course, is a beautiful way to conclude not only that deliberation, but all three, our fantastic talks that we've had today, all of the different sessions, all focusing on different parts, and they're all, of course, so important. We thank each and every one of our panel members, as well as our moderators, for the excellent work that they've done.
Indeed, was such an insightful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure, an incredible pleasure to be your program directors today. I trust that you enjoyed the day. Please do not forget to post, like, and share. Remember the hashtags, hashtag PBF _ Colloquium24 and hashtag ANC112. Please remember to also network. I think the important part is network with each other and make sure that you have like some business connections, for later.
Definitely. Thank you all again for being part of this dynamic dialogue in furthering South Africa's progress and democracy. Thank you for being part of the 2024 Progressive Business Forum Presidential Colloquium and Exhibition. Of course, a reminder that you can, of course, go and check out the actual exhibition itself. And that, of course, is something that we encourage everyone to do right up next, because the bomb squad is here. And I'm not talking about the Springboks. I'm talking about the real one. So we request everyone to please vacate the area as quickly as possible. It has been a pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege being your host. The name is Weza that guy. Signing out.
I'm Coretta Mohale. You are welcome to go to the marquee, please, as we evacuate. Thank you so much.
Of course, just a final reminder, please do register. If you haven't already registered for our gala dinner, this is an opportunity to register. The team is also right outside, closer to the marquee, and you can, of course, register to be part of that dinner, that gala dinner that we'll have later on, the presidential gala dinner. So you can just go right through, and the team right there at the registration desk will also give you all the details and the time as well.
Thank you to all of you who attended today. Thank you very much, and good day.